can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. A program that wants you to not only listen, but if you'd like, watch and then participate in the YouTube chat, Doug, where I went on there at about, what would you say, 6:55?
I don't know what the time was.
And there were already 25 people just waiting for us. You like that? You ever get up and wait for a show to come on the air?
I haven't, but I would for this one for sure.
Nice.
If I weren't on it, I'm here early just to make sure I don't miss a word of it.
Why don't you do a pre-show? Hop on the YouTube, do a little pre-show.
And what would I talk about?
Takes on Maryland?
The dossier, the upcoming presentation.
Preview the show. They used to do a Facebook at Fox 2 at about 4:50. They'd go around the newsroom.
God.
The news before the
How many
news.
viewers were for that?
Well, it eventually went away because I kept saying, why are we doing this? Well, it was the news before the news.
Now, was this 4:50 a.m. or 4:50 p.m.?
No, this is in the afternoon.
Okay.
Maybe it was 4:30. I don't know. But they would say,
So you had to participate in this?
every once in a while. So typically it was a news person sitting at their desk saying, hey, here are the stories we're working on.
Was this Desir's idea?
No, quite the contrary. And then they would come back to the sports office and say, hey, we see the Blues are playing tonight. Any guys want to join the news before the news? And Charlie's like, just about to head out, going to Parkway West and got a volleyball story, but maybe Martin can do it. I'm like, oh, I'm way behind on scripts, yeah. That was the news.
Here it is.
You're watching the NBC North Dakota News, your news leader in high definition.
You ever been in North Dakota?
Good evening, I'm Van Chu.
That was his first night on the job.
Yeah, I believe he uttered 2 FCC violated words, and the third word that he uttered was just gay. That was how AJ's career began and also ended that night, Martin, in North Dakota.
Is he doing the news before the news somewhere else now?
He is. He's doing HD2 somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to get involved. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt standing by. The phone lines, Doug, you have to acknowledge they are hot here on 101 ESPN. They are hot.
We had some great calls yesterday.
Yes, we did. 314-974-0101. How would you describe the filtering process to those familiarizing themselves with TMA here on 101 ESPN? Sure, the show's been on for 21 years, but it's only been on 101 ESPN for 3 months.
There really isn't much of one. You call, and Kurt answers the phone, and if he determines that you have a pulse, you're on the air.
Yep, that's it.
That's about it. I don't know that anyone really gets turned down, do they?
I feel like the 101ers are kind of elbowing, boxing out the TMA guys, don't you think?
Is that right? Well, Doug wants to hear from caller Adam, Chairman Steve.
Well,
I didn't hear him say that.
well, their calls are welcome if they keep it clean.
They've won the caller of the year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these guys got game. But John, who's very interested in the Chiefs this weekend, and Festus from Festus, who's been calling in. I just haven't been able to get to him. You can call in. Noted in the YouTube chat this morning, I see, Doug, Jackie Boy dripped out. That's from Tashara Jones Snowplow in the YouTube chat.
When he says dripped out, does he mean he's wearing his Billikens jersey today?
Yeah, I realize, 71 people in a YouTube chat at 7:03 is wonderful to have. Doug, that doesn't necessarily represent a large sliver of the audience. So because this is still an audio medium, Jackson, can you describe to this audience what you are, as Doug calls it, dripped out in?
I never say that.
I'm wearing the St. Louis Billikens jersey that I was kindly gifted by AD Chris May. Very kind, wonderful gesture. It's the black script. What your mic is on, Chairman?
That's all right. Let's listen. Let's listen in.
Yeah, Doug, that was the
peek behind the
process.
scenes.
It was about a 3-second filtering process.
Is Rich Gould still on the line?
Black jersey with the script, the Lou logo, just kind of script logo, and I really like it. It's pretty sharp.
Number 18.
Yeah, I believe that's because the university was founded in 1818.
Is that right?
I would assume. Because up until this year, maybe last year, 18 would have been an ineligible number for college basketball, but that just changed.
You also have a snazzy turtleneck underneath.
Well, you lose a lot of heat in the neck. You got to stay warm in these cold weather.
Really? That's where your heat goes? Right out of the neck hole?
This is why people wear scarves. Shout out to Mo.
Shout out to
That
Mo.
hasn't been said in a long time.
There's a new alliance.
Ever since that grocery store meetup, I'm feeling pretty strong about the old Pobo.
Oh, I didn't tell you. A buddy of mine, Marquette guy, the other day, we were talking. He said, hey, I just saw Mo at the grocery store. And I said, where? And he said, it was the Straubs in the West End. But I know for a fact that is not where Jackson saw him.
Correct.
And I thought, man, this guy is doing a lot of shopping for an off-season where he hasn't picked anything up. 969.
Good news, Martin. The Blues lose last night. Yeah, Illinois loses last. What was that about? I can't figure out ILL.
Maryland has Illinois' number, unlike it. They're 3-7 in the last 10.
That's Juan Dixon?
Juan Dixon, yep. 3-7 in their last 10 matchups with the Terps.
So were you all over Maryland last night and got paid?
No, I don't want to succeed off of the Illini's shortcomings.
Wow, look at you. You're not afraid to stomp on the Blues, but you kind of kowtow to ILL.
Tiptoes around them.
Yeah, you notice that, Doug?
Yeah, terrible second half.
Yeah, rough. Free throw shooting.
Got to hit your free throws and Borch. All right, Pestus from Festus is on the Callie and Thompson phone lines, and let's make sure we get him on today. Good morning, Pestus from Festus.
Good morning, gentlemen, and thank you very much for getting me on today.
Of course.
Happy to have you.
Yes.
Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to acknowledge something you did on Monday,
What's that?
which made me and my family very proud.
Oh, what was it?
I woke up at 7:15, and you had me on filling the airtime Monday morning.
Oh, best of.
Best of.
Yeah, the best of, and I appreciate it very much.
Oh, good. Happy that we could do that for you.
Yeah, you made me happy. Now, I have one other question.
Oh, no. We're going to get ripped now?
No, you're not going to get ripped. This is going to be a good day. I'm leaving Jackson alone today.
Okay, that's good.
Thanks, Festus.
Well, you're welcome, Jackson. I'm not going to rip on you for a while until after Kansas City wins on Sunday.
Oh, there you go.
Fair enough.
Take it out on him.
Okay, here's my question.
All right.
My wife has been trying to get me signed up for the Listener of the Month.
Oh, wow.
And she's went to every website that you've given me and everything, and she's had a hell of a time doing it.
No.
So the other day, she went on to Google and asked Google where she could sign up for Listener of the Month on 101 ESPN. Google told her to go to Facebook. Can you do it through Facebook?
It's simply, if I'm not mistaken, Jackson, correct me, TMASTL.com. That is the only place she needs to go. It's the only place to sign up, as a matter of fact.
Well, she went through Facebook, and Facebook had a place there to sign up.
Really?
She gave them all the information.
How about, can we get your social security number real quick?
If you don't mind.
No. No, you will not.
All right,
Just checking.
Martin,
I just wanted to make sure we were on. I was going to help him out there.
It's exclusively on TMASTL.com.
I wonder what the hell this Facebook thing is, though.
I think
Okay, so it's TMASTL.com.
That's correct, sir.
Yeah.
And where do you scroll down to find it?
Sure, I got that for you right here, Pestus and Festus. If you scroll down, maybe 1-2 scrolls, you'll see a big image, and it'll say "Sign up to be the Listener of the Month," presented by Margaret Tequila. So you just click on that, and then you'll be signing up. Takes about a minute.
I would very much like to have that chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
There you go. Wow.
a nice honor for
I
you.
got to tell you something here. I mean, Doug, I know that there is an omerta, but I think Pestus from Festus would be live right now. I would say the odds-on favorites would be Pestus from Festus and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. It would be really tough for the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom to make history by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month, being the first lady to ever win it, and then not win the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. That would be tough. That'd be tough to explain to your kids.
Yes, I couldn't do it.
Well, I don't want to discourage on women calling in or being anything, but if it comes down to me and her, that's your decision.
Yeah.
If I don't win this month, maybe I'll win next month.
That's a great attitude. That's the attitude we need in this room, Doug.
Nice dude, guy.
Keep grinding.
Okay, Jackson, who are you going for on Sunday?
Oh, boy.
Give me Fly Eagles Fly. And give me Buffalo.
Is that emotional, or is that what you really think?
Gambling or rooting?
Thank you.
Both.
Both.
Really? Okay. All right. You think the Bills are going to do it?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I like the do factor thing. I don't know who said that
I don't
yesterday,
think
but I'm with it.
What time is it?
Do
I don't
time?
think the Bills will do it, and I don't think the Eagles are going to do it. I think Washington will honestly beat the Eagles.
I'm with you. That's who I think is going to get there, too.
Okay, so STL.
Oh, and we're back to that.
TMA. That's the morning after.
STL.
TMASTL.com. There you go,
There you go.
Pestus.
Why don't you check that out?
Okay,
Call us
that
back
will
next week with an
work for
update.
me.
Okay.
That will work for me.
All right,
I
great.
thank you very much, gentlemen. You have
you.
a good weekend. You'll hear from me sometime either before the Super Bowl or after.
Well, that'd be
Wow, there you
wonderful.
go, Doug.
That'd be
A
wonderful.
Wide window, but wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you, Pestus. Pestus from Festus on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Doug, would you want to give any indication to the audience what you would do in the papal conclave if you've got Pestus from Festus on the ballot and you've got the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom making history if she is able to win the emailer of the month presented to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling? And that's going to put the man to the test.
It will. I'd probably give it to Pestus. I like his pluckiness. I like his campaigning for his own cause.
Are you worried about me calling a misogynist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it would break me if someone were to call me a name like that. I don't think I could continue.
You'd probably get fired at Channel 4. If you
I would, yeah. It's not woke enough. I know.
Misogynist.
Collier and Thompson phone lines. That's where you can call into the program, just like Pestus from Festus, 314-974-0101. And that is where we will have Joey Vitale today. That's where we will have Jeremy Rutherford today. That's where we will have Gabe DeArmond today. Colonel was texting me last night. He goes, "Who's this St. Louis starter packs guy, and why does he hate the Chiefs so much?"
Oh, yeah.
Because that clip is on Instagram. I guess it's on my account, and it's on the TMA STL account.
Yeah.
Doug, that's TMA_STL.
Okay.
On Instagram. And I was explaining, actually, St. Louis starter packs is brilliant. And he was his thing with the Chiefs, and I guess we can play the audio. We both kind of have it. I think from a big picture standpoint, as proud St. Louisans, the real core issue, I think, for us is we just think it's sad that we're at a point where, all due respect to the Battlehawks, of course, and I know they're passionate fan base, we have minor league football, and we are now in a point where we are cheering for a team across the state when we were at one time a monster metropolitan area that was trending in one direction, and it's trending the other direction. I think if I were to try to sum it up at its core, I think it's that. So anyway, that's what the way I would explain it. But Doug, Collier and Thompson is the sponsor of the phone lines. That's where Pestus from Festus was.
Yes, Collier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. You know, it's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home when you want a remodeling done, and will they back up their work? Yes, Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they do. Collier and Thompson's core values are summed up by doing the right thing. That's what's important for them. It may cost them a little extra time and dollars, but that is what sets them apart from the competition. All of their carpenters and subcontractors take care of customers' home the same as if it was their own home. They have quality people working there at Collier and Thompson, like Matthew, the customer service manager and appliance installer. They've got Stacy, the appliance manager. They carry nothing but the highest quality appliances there, and Stacy can walk you through that. You ought to go on their website, collierandthompson.com. Check out some of the reviews that they have. Many reviews from people who are very positive. Oh, here's one now from Shirley C. Helped design a new kitchen, finished project on time and within budget, took care of everything professionally, and still helping on minor things after completion. They've made Shirley C. a very happy customer. They've made hundreds of St. Louisans over the years, maybe thousands by now. Happy. They've been in business since the 1960s, so they can, since the 50s actually. 165 years of experience with all their people combined. Quality that will last without another remodel. You only got to get a remodel maybe once or twice while you're in your house. If you're going to do it just once or twice, do it right with the folks from Collier and Thompson. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Many reviews for Pestus from Festus is calling the Collier and Thompson phone lines. The recovering alcoholic says, "Tim, can you offer Pestus my wife? I will guide his hips for him."
Oh, come on.
That's from the recovering alcoholic. Boy, that's more than a cuck, isn't it?
He's being too helpful.
It's Carlos Spicy Wiener, who I think's going into the Hall of Fame, says, "Guys, if Pestus from Festus wins, will the prize package also include a gallon of prune juice, a How to Use the Internet for Dummies book, and a bulk supply of Werther's Originals to keep this guy occupied?" That's Carlos Spicy Wiener. Orson Woods Wacko, is it possible to electrocute people through the phone? If so, this guy needs to ride the lightning. Don't you like that term, ride the light? That's the Orson Woods Wacko. Flip Wilson wants to know, can you guys have Pestus say, "All right, gotta go now"? That's from Flip Wilson. And there's a suggestion that we send him an anyone but the Chiefs hoodie because he would not know anyway. And then also Brian Henshin says, "This guy is a more grounded, less nauseating Jake Reynolds. He's growing on me, sort of like a brain tumor." Okay, so TMA STL, hearing Colts, Jaguars, and Anchorage, Alaska to open next season. Working to confirm. Hi, Doug. Hashtag free perk. Doug, that's from Brian Henshin, who covers the Colts, and he's hearing they're going to start the season in Anchorage.
And he said the guy's growing on him like a brain tumor? That's not pleasant.
Right there, right there.
That's not pleasant at all. He wants him to ride the lightning. Oh, gosh.
I thought guiding his hips was the funniest thing of it all.
I think Festus and Festus is a fine man. A gentleman, even.
Yes.
Quite the gentleman.
He's not ripping Jackson today. He's waiting until Monday.
He's going to call back. When's he calling back, Tim?
Monday, all day. Monday, probably at 7:01.
When is it? Either before the Super Bowl or after the Super Bowl?
It's a wide delta.
I'm with Tim.
He'll be there Monday?
Absolutely.
7:02.
7:01.
And God bless him for it. Good on him.
Amen. Watch the program. Participate. Timothy Chalamet's Sheer Stockings is talking to John Scores and coaches John and Dean Ellis in the YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL is where you can watch the program, courtesy of the Air Alliance Team studio cameras. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt manning those Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, are you waiting for Dr. Dre to bust in?
I'm not sure I would recognize him if he did.
No. Lyrically, I don't think he'll be here today.
Oh, I thought he was coming on our next game.
Jackson, is he going to join us? I know we have Joey Vitale and Jeremy Rutherford and Gabe DeArmond, but is Dre coming up?
No, but Snoop Dogg is coming in the 10 o'clock hour.
Is that right?
It'll be fun.
Okay. I would know him.
Yeah.
Big NFL guy.
Blew through the Fox 2 studios a couple years ago.
Is that right?
I have a picture of me and Snoop, which my kids think I'm a total dork.
All right.
They think the picture of me and Snoop is like the coolest thing.
Well, how and why was he in the Fox 2 studios?
I don't know what show he was working. He's got a million shows.
Yeah.
It might have been related to Martha Stewart, and it was on the CW, which was a Rich Gould vehicle. And he was in the building, and I think he even cut a promo. And the next day, he did an event in town, but he was smoking a huge blunt. I know that was a surprise. But he was wearing a Fox 2 shirt. And I tweeted out, now this is some coverage you can count on, which is our slogan. And they made me take it down. And I said, "What? He was in the studio yesterday. He's wearing a Fox 2 shirt. Who cares if he's smoking pot? Who cares?"
Was he against news before the news?
Maybe that's what protesting. I'll find it for you, fellas.
Martin, you've decided to make this a Francesa Friday.
I think so.
Now, Mike Francesa, friend of the program, would do a show. I believe, Doug, the hours were 1:30 to 6 p.m.
Oh, gosh.
New York time on WFAN. Jackson, I feel like you got a smile on your face and you're turned toward your monitor, which indicates to me that's usually the physical tell that he's got something up his sleeve with a drop. Is that what's going on here?
And Heath Slaycott.
Yes, Heath, yes.
He hasn't come fast enough.
Oh, gosh.
So that's what would go on from 1:30 to 6, but he would take calls the whole time. And, Martin, your idea for a Francesa Friday would just be, let's open up these Callier and Thompson phone lines. If people are upset about the Blues' performance last night, and I got to tell you, we're curbside podcast listeners, Martin. Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale, not very happy about the performance last night. A lot of shots on goal.
No, they didn't have many at all.
Okay, then I got a bad box score.
Okay.
Because they got 4. You don't think that's enough?
Well, they had more than that.
First period was 14 to 4.
Right.
Yeah, he had a couple posts.
Tomer scored, friend of the show.
FOTS. But if you want to vent there, fine. If you're ILL and you're a little confused by what happened last night and you want to vent there, feel free. Anything. And then you got the Chiefs and Bills and you got the Eagles and Commanders. So, hey, fine. We'll have a Francesa Friday. And Jackson's dad
Here we go.
is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Is that what we have here?
That'd be fine.
This is Jeff Burkett?
I don't believe so, but you never know.
Okay.
Stephen Boundbrook, what's up, Steve?
Good morning, Jackson's dad.
I'm laughing so hard. You guys are awesome.
Thank you, Jackson's dad.
All right. Who else is at the call? Oh, he's still on.
No, I'm not finished. Don't stop me.
Okay.
No. I mean, I'm from Festus, too.
Well, the signal comes in loud and clear down south, doesn't it, Doug?
It must.
Yes, it does. You know, I've been listening to you guys since 5:30, and loving that you guys have been together for so long. But anyway, let's get to the playoffs. You know, I mean, you can't bet against Patrick Mahomes. But here's what no one's talking about in the media or anything. Andy Reid is the difference.
I've heard that. Yeah, he's pretty good.
The
Why do you
national
like him so
media
much?
is not saying anything because he wins. I mean, sure, Patrick Mahomes is on the field, but Andy Reid is the one that is choreographing everything that happens. He makes the decisions, and he doesn't make mistakes like every other coach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was a diehard from conception. St. Louis Rams. Season ticket holder. I mean, I cried when they beat the Buccaneers to get to the playoffs.
Did you really?
I've been there. Yes. Club seats, 301, baby.
Oh,
Doug,
gosh.
section 301.
Showing off
Suck
your
it,
wealth
Doug.
now.
Yeah.
How much Chiefs gear do you own now?
None.
Okay, not that funny. Okay.
I got me immediate
all right.
chuckle.
It was.
Let's have more kids.
I could never be a Chiefs fan, but I do believe in the Chiefs. Honestly.
You and Dan Marshall.
So you're not a fan, but you think that the Chiefs are a really good play on Sunday.
You can't bet against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
I mean, look what they've done.
I actually do share the sentiment of Jackson's dad. Now, Jackson, for the record, is on the Bills. So, Jackson, do you want to wager with your father?
Yes, he does.
What do you got?
He's got a lot. He was sitting in club seats at Rams games.
Yeah.
All right. If the Chiefs lose, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to say it.
Oh, go ahead and say it.
I'll put a Bills tattoo on my chest.
Oh, wow. Boy, I thought we were just going to do $5, but Doug, the stakes have been up.
So we'll get to see you topless.
His mom's trying to be an apprentice for tattooing, so she needs a canvas.
Well, why did you pick the moniker Jackson's dad?
Well, I already got one on him. He loves Sonic, so I've got a Sonic TXC with his name and birth date on it.
Did I drop peyote or something? What was that?
I'm not sure what that means.
Are you
Sonic?
The fast food place?
Yeah. But EXC is the guy that's crazy with blood and going, to kill everybody. So he likes that too.
Okay. So there's going to be a large Buffalo Bills tattoo, permanent?
On the right chest, yes, sir.
On the right chest.
Jackson's dad, are you related to Big Al in any way?
No, Tim.
Okay.
I wasn't. Okay, Jackson, what will you do if you lose the bet?
Yeah, Jackson's dad. What do you want Jackson to do if you're wagering and you're putting up your barren chest?
Oh, well, now he goes with me to a certain restaurant every Super Bowl, and we watch it. And he's finally watching the entire game.
Who is this? Who does?
My son.
Oh,
he's
okay.
6 years old.
All right.
And so I've been taking him ever since he was 3. So now he's 6 years old, and last year he actually watched the entire game and was actually getting into it. So I've been talking to him about it. Guess who he wants to win?
What?
The Commanders.
Oh, be darned.
Wow. Is your son named Jackson?
Yeah, Jaxon.
Oh, okay, so it has nothing to do.
We thought this was like a reference to Jackson's dad who drove him into work a couple weeks ago.
Our producer is named Jackson.
No, not even close. That's my son.
No, why would we think that?
I would put Jackson's dad on my chest.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, okay. So Jackson's dad, people are concerned that you either just stopped drinking or just started drinking, and we're trying to decipher.
So you're betting with your own child? Is that?
And chest.
What?
Yes.
No, he's not getting a tattoo. Okay. Only me.
Right. Do you hit the demon rum pretty hard?
No, I hit the American Honey kind of hard.
Okay.
American Honey. Is that a Lady A song? American? Was that like 2010? American Honey?
Don't know the years,
yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
It's a country song.
Okay.
That's what you. That's Hillary Scott, and she's the lead singer. Right?
I think so.
Hillary Swank?
No. $1 Million Baby.
No,
You're
not
upset
Hillary
about
Swank.
that being. Jackson's mad about $1 Million Baby being the best picture.
Depressing movie.
Manipulative.
Oh, I love that. Clint Eastwood's the man.
Yeah. Are you working today? Jackson's
Not
dad?
surprised.
No, I just got off work. I work on the barges on the Mississippi.
Really?
Just got
Boy,
thank you
Jackson,
for your
you don't respect the working man. That's what I know about you.
Clearly.
Are you a barge pilot?
No, I'm actually on the deck working on the barges.
Gosh, that's got to be hard work.
Cold as the Dickens, Tim.
Amen.
Yeah, it's colder than you know what.
Oh.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, what? Which is you know what.
Jackson's dad, you're welcome to call at any time on this Francesa Friday. Wonderful to hear from you, and the wager has been posted. And we really thought this was a guy playing the role of Jackson's dad, but alas, it's just Jackson's dad, a different Jackson.
Thank you very much, Tim. Man, I love your work.
God bless. Thank you.
There's 30 years.
Thank you. That's Jackson's dad.
Tim, you got barge lemmings now.
Dude, I'm big on rivers. Usually it's the river to Pear, but it's nice to expand to the Mississippi.
God, wouldn't that be a tough job on the barge out there in the cold overnights?
Maybe you get a little nip when you get done with work.
Yes.
Kind of warm yourself up a little bit.
Good for him. Someone's got to do it.
I finally figured it out that the kid was Jackson. It took me a minute.
Jaxon. You are Jackson.
Right. That's a very popular kid's name these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jackson.
It is. I mean, look at Major League Baseball. Like Churio,
Holiday.
Jackson Holiday. I count Jerks and Profar. Close enough.
Gosh, I don't think you can.
I'm counting
If you're illiterate.
I'm taking jerks and profiles.
I think Francesa Friday's off to a great start.
I'm excited about it.
I don't know if the textures agree.
Well, the textures, the tradition on this program that almost everybody who calls in is asked to drink bleach. That is a tradition. Hell, we could have a T-shirt for it. And so that is a theme. And Martin, as you know, you're new here. Yeah. And so when you see the text saying drink bleach, that's just kind of the way they're welcomed into the program. It's like the paddle swat at the Sigma Chi house, you know?
Okay. Someone is almost definitely going to demand that this last fella throw himself off the barge.
No, you're right. You know, the texts are coming in so fast that they're actually behind. Do you want to guess what the two most popular baby names, number one for girl and number one for boy, in 2024 were? See how close, if anybody can get it.
Girl and boy. How about Aiden? I hear that a lot now. A-I-D-E-N.
Taking a shot?
No, yours is just one of two or three Aidens that I know now. Is it Jackson?
No.
Jason? Jared?
No.
What's it start with?
N for boys.
N.
This surprises me, I have
Nicholas.
to say. No.
Nico. Nimrod. What did you say? It starts with an N?
That's right.
What would the second letter be?
Nelly Mo. Noah.
Noel.
Noah. That's correct.
Yeah.
You hear a lot of Noahs?
I knew a bunch of Noahs growing up.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. Doug, watch this.
Okay.
Who built the ark? Noah. Who built the ark? Brother Noah built the ark. Wonderful. St. Gabriel music class. Bill Chandler.
Really?
Wonderful instructor.
And what was the little tune they used to use on you to get warmed up? You used to sing it.
Hold on a second. Watch this, Martin. You've never seen anything like this.
Oh, boy.
T-teary-T. Let me do it again. T-teary-T.
That's just nice.
Yeah.
That's just
Not
really
everyone can
nice.
get to St. Gabriel the Archangel.
No.
There's a waiting list. Even in these tough times for the Archdiocese. How about Emerson for Madison? It's something like that, maybe.
That's it. I like the Madison as a guess.
Somewhere in that.
That's not it. I'm surprised by this one.
Olivia.
Nicely done, Doug. Big show for you on Francesa
nice
Friday. Yeah. That one surprised you, boys?
No,
Olivia?
I knew that was like the most popular. That or Madison were the two most popular. Yeah. Yep. For sure.
Is it Madison Ivy, I guess?
Yeah. Madison Ivy.
I had two or three other Dougs in every class I ever had growing up in grade school, and there's no Dougs anymore.
You and Army, the only two I know.
Well,
Doug,
I'm sorry that you don't know them, but I'm telling you, I had.
I'm saying now
my buddy Doug
lots of
Schleich.
Dougs.
Right, him too. Doug Schleich. I know three Dougs.
Doug DeCinces, Doug Smith.
Number 34.
Played for the Swarm?
I didn't know
played
what
for the
his
Swarm.
number was.
I like the name Douglas though.
Doug
I think
There was a lot of them.
he should make a comeback.
I think it was from Douglas MacArthur, maybe.
Yeah. Have you guys noticed younger parents like getting into the more unique kind of names more so than of yesteryear?
Yeah.
Do you feel like that's a look at me thing, Doug?
Probably.
Is it?
We got to be different.
A lot of Bretts in St. Louis in the last 30 years.
Oh.
Kind of the Brett Hull thing.
Got it.
Still a lot of Michaels out there, I think.
A lot of Tims in the last
Andrews,
20 years,
a lot of
clearly.
Andrews, yeah.
Thank you, Martin. Good for you. Welcome aboard. Jackson, if you know, as you know, I've got a lot of action out there, actually, that you're getting engaged this year, and therefore you'll be procreating within the next year to two. Do you have like an NBA player that you are thinking of naming your firstborn after?
Shea.
No, not Shea. Although it's not a terrible. I kind of like that name.
Oh, Martin, you just named his firstborn.
Giannis.
Yeah, right. Braun.
Jackson's son, Braun.
Yeah, so like my first favorite player ever, and Martin will like this, was Dwayne Wade. You have to think I was, right at that time when I was just starting
2003
to like sports,
Marquette.
that Dwayne Wade was like everything. But he also spelled it a little differently than some other Dwaynes, so I don't think so. I don't think I would name
Dwayne Burkett.
Maybe a middle name. Maybe not Dwayne.
Okay.
But
I could see you naming him after your dad. You're a big fan of your father.
I am.
With all due respect to Jackson's dad who called in, representing
Whose
a different
first name
Jackson.
we don't know.
That's correct.
Right.
Just like Festus from Festus. I don't believe his given name is Pestus. It could be.
You don't hear it a lot.
Right.
But like it'd be like if his name was like, John Carmelo Burkett, I kind of like that.
You like that, Doug?
John Carmel. Come on. It's not going to mean anything. 40, 50 years from now, people are going to say, huh?
No.
They'll remember the 2003 Orange.
They won't.
My brother, middle name, Osborne, after Ozzie Smith.
How about that? Number one, the Wizard. On a home run by the Wizard.
And my middle name is Bennett, of course, after Gary Bennett.
That's correct.
That's where it came from, because he hit home runs like in 2 games in a row.
That's correct.
Yeah. Why do you hate backup catchers?
Oh, I don't
Maybe
hate
Tony
backup
Bennett.
catchers. No.
Singer and coach.
Yeah, both.
Either.
Both.
Iggy's great brother says, how about Carl Anthony Burkett?
Go double name. Shea Gilgeous Burkett. I will say this. If he delivers a national title, either one, Elia or Dennis, that's my child's first name. That's my promise to those coaches.
Wow.
That my firstborn will be named after you if you bring a title before their birth.
Elia Dennis Burkett.
I don't know.
Either one.
What if you went with Gates as a first name? I kind of like that.
Oh, yeah. I like that too, Martin. I like that too, Martin.
It's interesting because I kind of have, some people have like 2 first names as their name. Like if someone's name was like Robert Lucas, that's kind of a first name. My name is kind of last name. Most people who have the name Jackson, it's their last name.
I follow you, baby. I follow you.
So if I did that, it would be in the same kind of style. Gates, much more so a last name.
I'll be there.
This guy being from Festus, drinking American honey, and his wife being a tattoo apprentice are the 3 most obvious things I've heard in years. That's from Johnny Johnson. Doug, you remember him? He does a show down in Springfield, Missouri.
Coached a lot of different sports down there, too.
Jackson, how about Kim Anderson Burkett? That's from Manute Bowl eligible.
I'm trying to think of like what would be the most ridiculous. I mean, Shea Gilgeous would be like really odd.
Shea Gilgeous Burkett.
That would be really odd. But I'm trying to think of like such like a random player to like like Corey Maggette, something like that. Sean Livingston. Shout out to Sean.
Martin was caught off guard. Martin was like a jab landed from 25 years ago too.
What about like Arvidas? Like go old school.
Yeah. Well, you're really workshopping. I like this.
Well, I never thought of it until you asked that question.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was going to put you to the test because I did remember your brother had the middle name after Ozzie Smith.
My parents both had kind of odd names. And I remember my mother telling me, when you have kids, name them plain names so they don't spend their whole life saying, what? What's your name? Never heard of that before. How do you spell that? She didn't really like her name. Her name is Bly, B-L-Y-E. It's not really an ugly sounding.
That was for Dre Bly because of the work he did with
No, it had nothing to do with Dre Bly. And my dad was Elvin, and they both said, name your kids Mary and John and Bob, so they don't go through their whole life explaining their names.
So I wonder if that's kind of like cyclical, like if you name something that becomes like a little bit more unique, and then you name your kids something more basic, and then they want to name their something more unique, and then the cycle continues.
Could be.
I think Kelly Chase has said that the fact that he was named, and it could be a name that's for a girl, more common, I suppose, for a girl, I think that led to him scrapping at an early age, I think.
Like a boy named Sue.
Nice. That's exactly right.
Yes.
Johnny Cat. Yes.
Yeah, that stands. I like a unisex name. I like the name Kelly for a guy. I think it's great.
So you're thinking about that. So Kelly Gates Burkett.
Yeah, I'd be into that. Or Dennis, like win a title and my child's name is Dennis. Got it.
Dennis.
Yeah, after D. Gates. If he brings a title to Columbia.
Okay.
So Francesa Friday is consisted of 2
Festus
calls?
from Festus and Jackson's dad
from
who
Festus.
also was from Festus.
Manute Bowl eligible suggests we have a quota on calls from Festus, which would that eliminate JR?
No.
No, he's North.
Imperial.
Yeah, he's Imperial.
Imperial strong.
JR will be with us. So
Phil just
Joey
knows.
Vitale, and so will the Colonel. And you can be with us as well here on Francesa Friday on TMA, which is just basically phone calls nonstop. 314-974-0101. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit the edfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Curtin manning the phone lines on Francesa Friday, 314-974-0101. Email in. I mean, Martin, we had a flood of emails yesterday as I get the sense that kind of like Augusta National, the elite emailers in the history of this program do not want a lady in their club. That's what I'm sensing. Yeah. And so a bunch of people came out yesterday and they kept the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom from winning yet again. Her magic number is 3 to win the month of January. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Coming your way at 10:50. Joey Vitale at 8:15 on the Blues debacle last night. Jeremy Rutherford coming up along with Gabe DeArmond. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night, final score of 4-2 to the Vegas Golden Knights. The Blues are off today, back in action tomorrow, taking on the Dallas Stars. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. The pregame will start at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
One ESPN podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, and the YouTube is active. Boy, that Timothy Chalamet sheer stockings. He's starting to establish himself as a presence in there.
Is he really?
Yeah, he is. It's fun to see. And you call him the jawline king, Jackson?
Yeah. Yep. Although Christian McCaffrey might be taking his spot.
Wow.
Yeah, you can cut a slice of provolone with his jaw.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, and
Why
say that
provolone?
again. Well, just, pick any of your cow's milk cheeses.
Put that off.
I don't understand how this segment even started.
Yeah, that was just referencing a guy in the YouTube chat.
On his sheer stockings.
Cow milk cheeses.
You ever
and
wore
a guy's jawline?
You ever wear sheer stockings?
Clip that off.
Can't say that I have. No.
I was going to visit the blue shots on goal situation. I feel like now I don't know what to do.
Well, is there a cheese that doesn't involve cow's milk?
Yeah, goat's milk cheeses.
Goat
milk. Okay.
Mm.
All right.
And what do the sheer stockings have to do with anything?
Oh, that's his name.
Oh.
Timothy Chalamet's sheer stockings.
Oh, okay.
It's fun with alliteration.
I see now. Yeah.
You can go in there. It's youtube.com/TMASTL, and we're having a Francesa Friday in which we're just taking calls. 314-974-0101. So far, no calls from any area other than Festus. 314-974-0101. Jim Montgomery not particularly happy last night either, following the Blues 4-2 loss to VGK. As I said, Joey Vitale and Chris Kerber, just really locked in on going, that was just bad. Vitale said they just showed up and it was like they knew they weren't going to win. That isn't a great thing to say. And he's going to be with us at 8:15. And Kerber was saying, he goes, these guys just can't, he goes, they lack swagger. And they just can't go without putting up a game once every few games where you just go, what was that? So, last night, unfortunately, was the what was that game. Can't build on it. The team in 2019 was able to gain confidence, and then it was like a machine. By the time the playoffs even started, you're like, crap, it's not like they're a top seed, but these boys could do it. These guys have nights where they look great, but then unfortunately, they'll have a night like last night. And yes, there were shots on goal issues. Here's Jim Montgomery following the Blues 4-2 loss to VGK.
Well, I think we didn't get a lot of shots. We passed up some, but in totality of the game, they won a lot of puck battles versus us. I think we were something like 23% in the second period, and that's the period where I thought the game really got away from us. I know the first period wasn't great either, but we were winning battles. We had some bad turnovers in the first, but in the second period and the third period, it was 50-50 puck battles. Their puck support and their determination on pucks, stronger on pucks, was very evident.
And in addition to that, now while friend of the show Robert Thomas got a goal, Martin, we made the observation that when you asked him, and it was the right thing to do, about getting benched in Utah on Saturday, the answer was a little brief, but it is a focal point right now. And Jeremy Rutherford wrote about it this morning, the slump that he's in, the work that he is trying to get going with Pavel Buchnevich, and how they're trying to get that line going. Here is what friend of the program, Robert Thomas, had to say last night.
Not great. Obviously, we're struggling to find ways to produce, and, it's led into, your whole game. So just got to find a way to start piecing it back together and get confident. And I feel like we've made some steps, but just got to find a way to play better and play the way we can.
JR notes in his column this morning on The Athletic, in Thomas's last 6 games, he has just 1 goal, and that was at 6-on-5 last night, and 2 assists. And then you pair that with Buchnevich, who has no goals and 2 assists, with one of those assists coming on Thomas's 6-on-5 goal. You have 2 of your top offensive players slumping at a critical point in the season.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if not having that real unquestioned star has something to do with their uneven play, where they look so good one night and not so good the next night. Their championship season, they had Ryan O'Reilly and they had Alex Petrangelo in their primes, two of the best players in the league at the time. And now they don't really seem to have that unquestioned superstar in their lineup to just kind of drag everybody with them on nights when they don't have it.
It seems a bit exhausting right now, where every game gets broken down like an NFL game. You know, in the NFL, each game is so massive.
College football, the same thing.
And you spend
people
days
are going to get fired because of each one.
Yeah, you spend days and days talking about, if they'd only won. I feel like the Blues are in this moment where each game we're dissecting, where normally it's just sort of, they're a little up, they're a little down, but they've missed the playoffs the last 2 years. And you're looking at missing it a third straight year, so you're like, boy, we got a chance, but it's going to be tight, and we're just obsessing over the standings in January. Yeah. And I just compare it to a bit like having an NFL team, which we used to have, and you just break down each game. And I was listening to Curbside, and much like Jackson grooms us on the NBA slowly, I felt like Curbs was trying to get me with some rights, and he starts out by saying, hey, normally you play Vegas, you split with them, you're happy. And I was screaming at my phone. I said, no.
Don't hold rights.
I said, you can't split with these dudes. And then he said, however, in this situation, you needed to win them both because of where you are, where you've put yourself. And I said, okay. I'm saying
he doesn't hold
Then
rights.
I apologized to the phone for yelling that I was getting groomed.
Yeah, he doesn't hold rights.
Curbs is correct, that it's different right now. You can't just say, and I felt like the team had that mindset. Well, we beat them, and now we split with them. They're really good. A split's not bad. You can't be in that mindset right now.
And also, I think it's one thing to lose, and you go, okay, played pretty well. It's another thing to lose and have that kind of performance, and then also you factor in the final 3.5 minutes on Monday in Las Vegas, and then looking forward, the schedule really is a test here between now and the Four Nations. In addition to that, the high that we were on, and Blues fans were on this time last week, following getting all 4 points against the Flames. Well, the Flames have won 2 in a row, and they now have a 3-point lead on the Blues. And, Doug, you call them games in hand? Is that
I do, yeah. I don't know if you guys understand that.
I don't have a clue, but I know that the Flames have only played 46 games, and the Blues have played 49. Also, mounting a Sunday charge since last Saturday when they beat the Blues, the Utah Hockey Club is just a point back of the Blues. So they won last night. The Flames won last night. The Blues lose. And you have that kind of performance. Combine it with Robert Thomas and his slump. And the one, with Parayko having the kind of year he's having, he's gone from being the guy that we get a lot of texts about. And now, who do you see get a lot of texts? I don't know how often you guys are looking at the text inbox. It's always up in front of me. It's number 89. And it's, I think, because of that extension. And people are starting to go, oh, boy, that might be one they want back, because it just hasn't really gone that well. And as Jeremy Rutherford notes, it hasn't been a great 6 games, but overall there's been an adjustment for him this season. Even though he won the fantasy football league.
I would say Buchnevich, he's been pretty quiet throughout. Whereas Thomas has had stretches. Yes. He'll get hot, and you'll see it, the star that he is. But Buchnevich, it's been a rough ride all year. And there might be some frustration if you're paired with that person a lot, and then they're struggling. And you're working with the same guy who's struggling. I'm not saying that that's the case, but it could be if you're on a line with a player who's having a rough year, and you're trying to set him up or get points as a team. And I think there may be just human nature is you'd be a little frustrated if the guy next to you, Doug, is not having a good game.
Wow.
I'm not saying Doug. I'm just
Problems
saying.
in the room.
I'm just saying it.
Problems in the room.
We'll address those here in the room, guys.
You'd like your line mates to have saucier mitts,
Yes.
is what you're saying.
Another thing that I noticed, and I could be off on this, I want to make this crystal clear, and it just might have been an observation he was making. But I feel like since he's been hired, Jim Montgomery, and a lot of the guys on the team for that matter, when they talk about this team, they're not going, we're a young group, we're trying to learn. That the mindset has been, this is a playoff team. Now we know it's going to be tough considering the hole we're in. And last night, and again, I could be reading too much into it, he said following the game, that team over there, most of those guys have won the Stanley Cup. And for us to see the way they respond, the way they perform, that's a championship mindset, and that's something this group needs to learn. In other words, starting to talk about, okay, maybe it's just not there, whether it be for talent reasons, experience reasons, take your pick of whatever it is, that was the first kind of, I don't know, the first time I've kind of heard that, okay, it's just not there yet. And again, I might be extrapolating too much. In addition to that, Kerber always has Steve Ott on with him right after the game comes to a conclusion. I mean, literally seconds afterward. And Ott was here as a player with the Blues at a time when they were kind of building the foundation with some young guys to get into the championship window, and asked him about that and how you have these learning experiences that the teams go through when they have some younger players and they're trying to compete to get into the playoffs and put themselves in a position to go on a run. So that was the first time because, again, they just haven't been able to carry the momentum from last week. And even though they did get the 2 points in Vegas on Monday night, man, they were dancing with the devil there at the end. And then to have the kind of performance they had last night and Utah, you go, all right, maybe it's just not there. Even though there are a bunch of games left and they're only 3 points back. I don't know. I felt like this is a little different tone. Even though, Martin, I agree with you, we're breaking games down like it's one of the 12 you play in college football or 17 you play in the NFL. I sensed a different tone after last night because you're playing a championship caliber team and you just maybe saw the gap that was there.
Yeah, and I think at some point, like we were playing this clip at the old Two Fox last night. We got on this little riff about maybe they're just not that special. We keep thinking, oh, they're going to go on a run. Oh, they're going to go on a run. So we started playing the George Bush clip where he said, fool me once, Doug. Fool me
once, shame on you.
Fool we won't get fooled again.
Oh, that's what he said.
It was an expression down in Texas, or was it Tennessee? Do you have that clip, Jackie?
I have the J. Cole version from No Role Models, which is the preferred version. I think
you like No Role Models, right?
They've lost me now.
Okay. The point is,
music for next segment. I'll have it.
The point is, maybe this is who they are. They're just going to be sort of frustrating you all year. Right. Don't get too sucked in. Don't invest too much emotionally. I'll tell you one that got away, and I'm not going full Arozarena, but I just keep when I see Barbashev on Vegas, I was like, well, and I know they were moving guys that were going to be up, and you had to re-up and all of that. They got Zach Dean in return, and I don't know where he is these days.
Doug has a Dean jersey, so you probably know where.
I know. I remember Jimmy Dean pork sausage.
Right.
Is he related to that family?
I don't we were talking Dean College yesterday. They were ranked like 760.
Yeah,
Richard Belzer went there but was expelled.
That's correct.
But Ivan Barbashev, and he's just a really good player. And he's making $5 million. Booch is making $8 million. So it goes back to that cardinal question, like how you spend your money.
Yes, indeed. In fairness on that one, my understanding was that wasn't going to be one they were going to be able to lock up. And I think that was like, okay, let's get something for him. But yes, he is having himself a lovely little time with VGK. You're welcome to give your thoughts. It's a Francesa Friday here in which callers are welcome to be on the program via 314-974-0101. Compete for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We are heading down the stretch. Only 5 more in the month of January, and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is in a spot to make history. You can keep her from making history, though, by winning yourself the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at approximately 10:50 every day here on TMA. Dr. Brandon Pryor is a longtime sponsor here on the Morning After. Number of our listeners have gone and seen him. He has 100 West Dental right on Manchester. And, man, when you walk in there, you would go, is this really a dentist's office? It's just not a stereotypical dentist's office. The equipment and the technology that they have, really impressive. It's the most modern technology with the patient experience at the front of mind at 100 West Dental. And I know this. My grandfather was a dentist. I know that people don't go, oh, I can't wait to go to the dentist. I understand it, but it's an important thing to get done. Get it checked up, because poor dental health can lead to other medical issues, and therefore getting checked up is super important. I know a lot of people, especially younger people, have zero interest in calling and scheduling. No problem. You go to 100 West Dental and you can schedule right there at 100westdental.com. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance? That's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental. And if you're interested in Invisalign, mention my name and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, great guy, friend of the show, 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines on Francesa Friday. Joey Vitale, friend of the program, coming up. We got to figure out why he had to bail on our segment last week. Unfortunate allegations coming in that he was visiting another house in the neighborhood, and that house was mine. And,
gosh.
And I don't know how to handle it.
No.
I don't know how to handle it.
It's difficult and it's awkward.
I don't know how to handle it. So that's something we're going to have to tend to here in this Fisher Window and Door Story at o'clock hour. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Take it. Sharpen up the blades, blood, sweat, and tears over decades. Went from last place in the whole league to the best in the West. Time to dig deep. It's game time. Let's light 'em up. Boston Bruins ain't backing up. Media says watch out for Rask. Bennington is up for the task. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round. That's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
You know, they haven't won anything since they got rid of Gloria as the song.
St. Louis Blues are
Trying to
coming
say.
for the cup.
I'm trying to say, as I said years ago, they should play that after every win indefinitely, not just 1 year. It worked. Keep with it. People loved it.
Did celebration carry into the 83 Cardinals season? I wonder if they did. After games, maybe.
Martin, I know at some point in the 1980s, the Cardinals had Catch Us If You Can. I think it was the 86 season, and unfortunately, the 1986 Mets won that division over the Cardinals by about 50 games.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't close.
That's right.
It's over in June.
1985 was?
The heat is on.
1987 was?
Shakedown by Bob Seger.
That's right. 1996 was?
Ooh.
Macarena.
No chance anybody gets it.
96.
They have initials?
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
We're going to win by Bryan Adams.
Okay.
You remember that, Chairman Kurt. Wow. You were going to get that?
Don't want to be a loser. Going to win.
Wow.
I don't know that song.
It's magical. Martin, I remember the Two Fox had this in 2000. Who let the cards out?
Yeah, it was a proud moment. 2000.
Was that your work?
No. I think somebody dropped a CD off at the station, and like morning radio, you get all those songs, and somebody in promotions liked it, and then they printed the placards, and everybody had a "Who Let the Cards Out."
Oh,
Did have kind of high hopes for that 2000 season. They sweep the Braves.
That's right.
Live on Fox 2. I think it was a Saturday, and I'm doing this.
It was. Were you down in Atlanta for that?
No, I was in the studio.
Boy, those gentlemen in that clubhouse
getting after it.
They had some imbibing. There were a couple members who were passing out, and I was like, "This is great," because I was only a year removed from being in Columbia, Missouri, so that's what I was used to.
Mm-hmm. People passing out all around you.
You guys want to hang out later? So they land in the tarmac, and we had a news reporter. Victoria Griffin is covering the team arriving. And I said, hey, Vigna plans on being on the Sunday show. He agreed to come on the Sunday show. So I said, will you remind him, that he doesn't forget what he's getting off the plane. We're live on Fox 2. Hey, the Cardinals have arrived. And Vigna is waving at all the cameras. He knew how to play it up. And she yells live, are you coming over tomorrow night? And he goes, yeah, I'll be there. I'll see you tomorrow night. And then they come back to me, and I said, I believe that would be here on this couch next to me for Sports Final, which is what we had talked about earlier. But it did seem a little awkward with the live exchange on the air.
Take a listen to this, Doug. It'll get you fired up.
Okay.
Who let the cards out?
I remember LaRussa even barking at one point. Remember that in the locker room? He got into it.
That could have just been an ARF thing, though, right, Martin?
He was required legally to bark when they would
barking
win.
Once.
He would run outside at the old stadium. He liked to listen to the horns. When people were honking their horns, he would run out of the clubhouse. Really? I swear to you, if we ever have him on, ask him about it. He would, while they're all celebrating and having a great time, champagne, he liked to run outside because people are like all excited, just hitting their horns. Not Bruce Hornsby, but he loved horns.
He did love horns.
Both of them.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that was one of his things.
Wasn't there something about him jogging with like a stone cold shirt on?
I was on my way down to KMOV, but right before Game 1 of the 2002 NLCS. And I nearly hit him on Broadway, and he was wearing like what would be Lululemon now, spandex pants and a Goldberg T-shirt, which was the wrestler Goldberg. And I thought, this couldn't be any stranger. I nearly hit the manager of the team, and he's wearing a Goldberg T-shirt. And I asked him about it. He goes, I've been winning with that thing.
Did he have a Walkman? He always had like the old school Walkman.
Yeah.
That's right.
Was he wearing shorts over the leggings or just leggings?
I don't know. I just remember the Goldberg T-shirt. Your question's a fair one. Yeah. I don't recall on that. All I know is this. When I think of that, when I think of 2000, we just talked about yesterday was the 25th anniversary of Ricky Pearl's catch. in a week or now 6 days, it'll be 25 years since the Rams won the Super Bowl. I know, Martin, you're hosting a thing for that.
The MAC on February 20th.
Yeah. The great Mark Milton asked me to join him for that affair at Dick Vermeil's going to be there. Pace.
I think it's Torrey Holt, Dick Vermeil, so they have a dais.
Doug Dais.
Oh,
Vermeil, really. Holt, Pace, Mike Jones, Adam Timmerman, and I think 2-8 Marshall is trying. He really is trying. He wants to be there, but he may or may not be getting into the coaching game. So
I saw your Twitter tweet about that.
He's kind of waiting to
see what
squared. I think
Prime does.
I believe the reports are. I didn't say it, but the reports are that he's going to join Prime. Marshall Faulk coaching in Colorado. I didn't say it, but apparently it's out there. And
it was Jackson's dad who said it.
If he takes that job, he needs to schedule around it, but is hoping to be there. But yeah, great night at the MAC on February 20th.
So you had that in late January 2000. 2 months later, the Blues would win the President's Trophy. High hopes for potentially a chalice following the Lombardi Trophy. The Cardinals, a team that friend of the program Jim Edmonds says he thinks was next to the 2004 team, the best team he was on in St. Louis, certainly the funnest one, he said, that 2000 team. There were some characters on that team, probably one of the reasons why guys were passing out. But unfortunately, I think the Ankiel thing was too much to overcome, and when he went back out there to start in the NLCS against the Mets, I think people thought, oh, that was just a one-off. And then the first pitch, Doug, you remember Timo Perez? He was the leadoff hitter for the Mets, and it went sailing by his head, and people started laughing. Right. And then the next pitch, it happened again, and then it was like silence, like, oh, God. Mm-hmm. He's done.
Yeah, I was at that game, and I saw him warm up between innings. He came in and warmed up, and he threw a pitch so wild it almost hit Mr. Met, who was standing behind the catcher by the backstop. And I asked Ankiel about that after the game. I don't know why he did. I said, you almost hit Mr. Met. And he says, got to be heads up back there.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Remember the skipper made the announcement to pitch Ankiel instead of Darryl Kyle, the old switcheroo thing, but it started with the Braves were the heavy favorites in that series for whatever. Yeah, I forget the standings, but everybody was picking.
Sure. Well, I mean, they were throwing Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz.
So they picked everybody, and they asked the skipper about being the underdog. He said, yeah, I was driving in, man. I heard Jeff Gordon say we can't win, so I guess we got to show Gordo. And he takes a shot of all these like national, Jason Stark and all the ESPN and New York Times are probably in there scribbling their notepads like, what? This comes down to showing up Gordo?
Did something catch on fire in the dugout in the fourth inning? There was like a small fire down near the end of the dugout, and Corey Patterson stomped it out.
Oh, I missed that. I don't know.
That was Calvin May asking if Tony had spotted a small brush fire in the dugout.
Yeah, you have to be aware of fires in your own dugout.
Was it a hot foot? I'm sure they lit somebody's shoe on fire.
That seems like a prank that could go really wrong really quick.
And the thing was, they were in the midst of the run in 2011, and it was a random day game against the Mets in September. I think friend of the show, Jason Isringhausen, pitched in it for the Mets, and it was brutal. You're like, oh, the season's over now. Right. And then Cal May starts things off by asking about the brush fire in the dugout. And
Someone's foot was on fire.
Corey Patterson, forgotten in the famous Colby Rasmus trade. The one thing that he did do that year was stomp out the fire.
I was going to say, is the most famous thing Corey Patterson did as a Cardinal was stomp out that brush fire?
The answer is that is yes.
Which lives in, forever. We don't talk about Octavio Dotel as much as we talk about Corey Patterson stomping out that brush fire.
Octavio Dotel would like to make the sound of the rally squirrel anytime he could get a chance. And Doug, here's what it sounded like. He would go...
Oh, gosh.
Somehow Octavio Dotel had determined that's what a squirrel sounds like.
Good as answer as any.
Man, he was lights out, too.
He was.
Really good.
Octavio Dotel. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in, Doug. DesignAirService.com. The great Seth Cole. I was texting with him like an hour and a half ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
You got problems at home?
No. He had seen a picture I had posted of my crew at St. Gabriel's on the TMA fan page. And he said, that's Paul Crow. And I said, you're damn right it's Paul Crow.
Probably another happy customer, this Crozy we're talking about. There have been a lot of the happy customers around St. Louis because the business has been around Design Air Heating and Cooling since 1904. They've served over 10,000 St. Louisans to make sure their furnace and air conditionings are running properly. It's the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, known for their honesty and going above and beyond. Their technicians, extremely professional. I've had a couple of them out to my house over the years, and you know what I like? They put on those little booties over their shoes so they don't track in any dirt. They think of everything. They've been around forever. It's a customer-first attitude with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. That furnace absolutely has to be running as efficiently and properly as it should right now with these cold temps. So let Seth Goldcamp and his team make sure that you are comfortable in your home throughout the winter. Find them online at designairservice.com.
Joey Vitale next here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube chat.
Want to save money on your groceries? Schnucks is here to help you out. They've lowered prices on how many? 10 items, 20 items? 2,300 items have all been reduced. Huge number. They've marked down prices. Things like Honeycrisp apples, Jack's Pizza, Ore-Ida potatoes, Tyson Family Pack chicken, all of it marked down. Those big 32-ounce Chobani yogurt tubs, Stoke cold brew coffee. I might grab one of those for Jackson later today. New lower prices on all of the above. By lowering prices on over 2,300 items, what does that tell you? They're bound to have lowered the prices on something that's normally in your cart. When you go shopping, you know it's expensive these days. They're going to help you out at Schnucks by lowering prices on more than 2,300 items. Check out the digital shelf tags as well around the store, finding even more items with more lower prices. That's everyday savings that you can count on at your local Schnucks. New lower prices every day on 2,300 items. I don't know why it's so hard to say. It's 2300, 2,300. Stop by your neighborhood Schnucks.
TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the 8 o'clock hour. The 8 o'clock hour here on the Morning After is sponsored by Fisher Window and Door Store. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program, I say this with great confidence, friend of the show, Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Hey, Tim. Good morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good. Wow. I like Doug. How about that? He's the chipper chicken.
What about the rest of the crew?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed that. Kind of ignored the other four guys. So I like that.
Good for his party that he had.
Yep.
Well, I mean, he kind of was one that said good morning. So I said good morning. You know what I mean? He was addressing me. I'm addressing him. But good morning to the whole team.
Okay. Nice. Look at that. Do you feel better about things now, Doug?
Mm-hmm. Much better.
Joey, I was listening to you and Kerber talk about it on the Curbside podcast this morning coming in. And I thought it was really an observation I was looking forward to asking you about. You said you noticed that the team just didn't seem like it knew it was going to win last night. Like you could sense that they just didn't have the confidence, giving up the goal super early. What was it that you saw that told you that?
Yeah, I remember saying that, and it felt that way from the get-go. I mean, the first shift of the game, Stone scores, and it just never really was a huge, just let's go grab the game again. And it almost was inevitable what the result was, and both teams knew it. And Vegas had the confidence to just continue to make their push, and St. Louis just couldn't necessarily make their push. And I've been a part of games like that where it just doesn't feel like it's your night. And I think that's kind of the big picture what I was talking about when I made that comment. It was just from the get-go, it just didn't feel like we had a comeback in us. And, I think that you look at a couple different reasons, why. I think that definitely the energy was a little bit slow right off the hop. I think you score on that first shift, that puts you behind the 8 ball. I think you take a questionable penalty. I don't think it should have been called, but Parade goes in the box. You send them out right as the penalty expires, and they go up 2-0. So right away, you're playing catch-up hockey. Catch-up hockey versus lead hockey, it's a completely different game. I mean, completely different game. It's a matter of when you got the lead, you can kind of stick with your bread and butter of defending very well and making sure you got numbers on the defensive side of battles. But when you're playing catch-up hockey, it's run and gun. It's cowboy hockey. You got to throw defensemen in the rush. You got to put defensemen heavy, aggressive pinching on the walls in the offensive zone. And when you do that, obviously the mistakes are going to happen and come against you. So playing with the lead, playing early with the lead has been super important. They didn't really get around to it last night. And overall, I think the team would be the first to tell you, Tim, that it just wasn't the energy and the effort that they needed in a big game against one of the best teams in the league.
I wonder if things might have gone different if Neighbors had scored on that shot. He had a really good shot and hit the goalpost, and I wonder if that might have turned the tide a little bit.
Well, everything. I mean, it's an amazing game, and we're sitting here talking about it. You're asking me questions. I'm giving you my theories. I'm giving you my thoughts, but I don't really know. If I knew better, I would be in a different position. I'd probably be running the team, or, even the players or even the people that run teams and the coaches that coach this sport. I mean, I talked to Montgomery a bunch of times. I remember Craig Berube taking him aside and saying, "Hey, what are you seeing here?" And Chief was awesome because he's like, "I have no idea. I don't know." I told him 100 times. He won't listen, so I don't know. And he just shrugs his shoulder. There's a lot of shoulder shrugging because sometimes the game just unfolds the way it does. Because you're right, Doug. It really is a matter of bounces, and we've seen this so much with this team. Jake gets on the board there. Maybe it's a different outlook, of a game. There's a play at the beginning of the game. I thought the Buchnevich-Toropchenko line was spectacular with Sundqvist to start the game. At 2 shifts, he spent the whole time in the offensive zone. Now, Montgomery moved Buchnevich out because he thought he was playing well. But that group, great little pass across the crease from Toropchenko, Buchnevich all alone in the back door. He rips it. He gets all of it. And, Samsonov, it just hits his glove. He didn't even make a save. He didn't even see the puck. It just hits his glove. And, Buchnevich had a good portion of the net. If that goes in, it's just a different outlook of a game. It's amazing the amount of momentum you see in a game. But overall, at the end of the day, the team that limits their mistakes the most, puts themselves in the best position the most, traditionally will have the best percentage of winning that game. And that's essentially what you're getting for.
What could Shen do right now? He is the captain. Is this the time where you have like a players meeting? I mean, you played with Sidney Crosby. He was the captain. What would he do? I mean, what can a captain do in a moment like this?
I think that for Braden, what I will say about him is that he's doing everything, I think, in his control to help this team. He's probably one of the closest guys I know on the team. We talk on the side a little bit on the planes. We had a great discussion in Las Vegas while he was in the locker room. He's really, really articulate. He's got a great feel for the game. He's got a great pulse for the locker room. And to me, this is why he's the captain. You're in Vegas. It's a practice day. He's one of the last guys off the ice. And right as everyone's getting undressed in the locker room and guys are small talking about where they want to go for dinner, I just see the captain pull a bike up into the middle of the locker room, and he starts just ripping on a bike. And, to me, that's the reason why he's having a great offensive surge right now. He's putting the work in, and this is the best he's looked probably in a few years. And those are words from Jim Montgomery. This is the Braden Shen that Jim saw a few years ago when he was an assistant coach. He's actually, I think, getting better with age right now because he's just so hyper-focused on doing everything in his control, starting with his conditioning, his attitude. He's got a great group of guys around him, speedsters and Cairo, and, of course, Dylan Holloway. That line has been some great chemistry. But to answer your question, Martin, one man can't do it all. You look at the greatest leaders in this game. You look at the Crosbys. You look at the Gretzkys, the Alex Ovechkins. Let's just look at this Blues team. That 2019 team, there was no captains. Pietrangelo wore the C, but that group was run because they had a lot of help. And I think Braden right now, and this is just my theory, I think that this is a different leadership group than it was in 2019 because they don't necessarily have the established veterans. That 19 team had Petro, it had O'Reilly, there was Tarasenko, there was David Perron. I mean, Tyler Bozak was a leader. He was a vocal guy. Pat Maroon. They had so much support. And I'm not saying that, right now that, of course, Braden Shen doesn't have that support at all. He certainly has some support, but it is a different looking amount of support. So I think for other guys to really step up around him, that's going to help Braden. And that's what he really needs. He needs other players who need to step outside their comfort zone. Let's look at a Robert Thomas or Jordan Kyrou or Justin Falk. I mean, these guys are traditionally fairly quiet guys. Colton Parayko's a quiet guy. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's their personality. There's no criticism or judgment, but their personality is naturally that they are quiet. Now, as you move on and you take on more and more leadership roles and you play in this game longer and longer, you see players really come outside their shell. You really have to push outside your shell to, of course, be the leader that the team needs and ultimately give support to your captain.
Joey Vitale, our guest here. He's with us every Friday on TMA, with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Martin Kilcoyne with you on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Got this question here, Joey, and I'm curious what your response is to it. My question would be that the top of the lineup in the future is already presumably here. Thomas, Buchnevich, Kyrou, Holloway, Neighbors are set, and they're the ones who are not consistent. Dvorsky, Snuggerud, Stenberg, etc. aren't coming in to elevate the group. They'll be supplementing it, assuming the coach isn't going anywhere. Are there any long-term concerns with the build of this Blues roster?
No, I don't think there's any concerns at all because I think you should just be really encouraged by what we're seeing because, you have a bunch of young players that are going to be coming up soon. Jimmy Snuggerud, Dvorsky, the Stenbergs, like you mentioned, Stansel, another player. There's plenty of help coming, but you don't need to put a ton of pressure on that help. And that to me is important because the core is the core, and the core is a young core, and it's going to keep getting better. This is a different looking team than the Nashville Predators. I mean, the Nashville Predators they're over the hill. I mean, you have players like Marchessault and Stamkos and O'Reilly, and even Philip Forsberg is obviously in his prime, but very soon he's going to drop off. This Blues team is almost the opposite. Their core is made up of players who are just as good and have just as much potential, but they're a lot younger. And this is where I think just the patience of the growth is what fans need to understand because yes, Thomas had a wonderful December. Is it fallen off a little bit in January? Maybe, right? But that's kind of the growing pains of the young player. Look at Jordan Kyrou. Last year he was kind of the whipping boy for a little bit. People are like, what's wrong with Jordan Kyrou? I think Jordan Kyrou has taken a massive step this year. I'm not even talking about the points. It has nothing to do with him leading the team in goals. Really, it's about his back checking ability, his compete on pucks. He's been very vocal. I talked to Bregman about this the other day. He's actually been very vocal in the locker room. He's stepping outside of his comfort zone. There's growth happening in another year, and then 2. All of a sudden, this group that's finding some inconsistencies, all of a sudden they become very consistent. They've gone through these growing pains. They know what it's like, and they can certainly now groom this next class. So I think the Blues spot they're in right now is actually a really good spot. And not to mention, for cherry on top, you got to have decent goaltending to keep you in competitive games because, that to me is everything. I know that fans sometimes want to say, let's just, burn the ship down. Let's get a number 1 overall. But it doesn't always work out that way. These number 1 overalls certainly don't even pan out. You look at, players like Connor Bedard in his own right. I think, he's been in some ways a little bit of a disappointment. Now, that's not just personally, but, he hasn't had the team, the support staff that he's needed. So sometimes it even doesn't work out that way. So you look at some of the good players, the Robert Thomases of the world. We got those guys in the mid first round. So even if you tank and go for a so-called 1 overall, it doesn't always work out that way. And then what it ultimately does is sets up a culture of losing. Where now you look at the Sharks, you look at whether it be the Chicago Blackhawks. Now all those young players that they have in their system, they're so accustomed to losing. And guys, I'm telling you, losing's contagious, and it stinks, right? I went from Pittsburgh, where we were making the conference finals every year, and then I got shipped off to Arizona. Completely different cultures. I mean, you walk to Arizona, you can almost smell the losses in the arena. I mean, it's everywhere. It's in the security guards. It's in the locker room. It's on the wall. It's everywhere, and it's okay. And you lose, and it's okay. Well, it's not okay. That's where I think the Blues team and Doug Armstrong have done such a good job because you never want to fold up shop. You always want to stay competitive because it's not necessarily about making the push to the playoffs, which is important, certainly, but it's also about the development. You need to be in these tight games.
Did you get the heater to work? I felt like you might burn down the entire Enterprise Center. You were struggling in the booth, you and Curbs, because you couldn't get the heater. And I believe Kerber leaned over and said, here, there's an on button.
Yeah, I finally figured it out. Thanks, Marty. It's this little space heater. It gets cold up there, and actually it was a space heater that Doug Armstrong, he ended up taking it last year or 2 years ago. We came in and we didn't have a space heater. What the hell's a space heater? And I went over to Army's suite just next to us, and I said, is that your space heater? And he goes, well, it's in our room. I go, I know, but that's ours. Wow. And he goes, well, it's here. And I said, well, that's my space heater. He goes, well, no, it's not. I go, yes, it is. So I took the space heater and brought it back to our room. And I said, don't take our space heater anymore.
Kind of a show of force.
Yeah, it was. What a big moment for you.
Standing up to Army. That doesn't happen much down there.
Yeah. I told my wife that story. I may have gotten lucky that night. Anyway.
Oh, good for you.
Anyway, so I got the space heater figured out. And last night, I'm not going to lie to you, I was starting to feel this little bug. This flu bug going around. I could not get warm. I was shaking and chilly. But listen, boys, I'm a gamer. I'm a hockey guy. I stuck it out. Did I get the entire booth sick? Is everyone going to have the flu probably the next couple of days? Probably. But you know what? That's the price of doing business, guys. It's the price of doing business.
That's it. I got to tell you, I didn't know anybody has ever crossed Army, and you're fighting over a space heater. I think Vitale's on his way out. I think Army is
that right?
I think Army files that kind of stuff away.
Wow.
I'm sorry, pal.
Wow.
Sorry, pal.
He sat by me at the Winter Classic. After the first period, he said, hey, is there any more room down there? Because Curbs and I were ice level at Wrigley Field. And, he was kind of tucked away by the dugout. And it was kind of hard to watch. So he's like, is there a room down there? And I said, well, there's not, but I can pull up a chair for you. And he pulls up a chair, and we're freezing. And I'm freezing. And it's Curbs to my left, I'm in the middle, Army's to my right. And I'm trying to be a nice guy. I said, Army, you want some hand warmers? And he goes, oh, yeah, thanks. And it's like, I give him my hand warmers. And then Curbs is like, hey, you need some more hand warmers? I go, yeah. Yeah, Army just took mine. And so he gives me 2 more hand warmers. And I say, Army, you need more? He goes, oh, actually, I could probably use them for my feet. So he takes those hand warmers.
Oh, gosh. He's bogarting the hand warmers.
And I'm looking at Curbs, and Curbs is just dying laughing because every time he offers me another hand warmer,
Army took him.
I'm not going to say no. So here, I want you to stay warm.
God,
anyway.
He fleeced you just like he did the Sabres with Ryan O'Reilly, the Flyers with Schenner. Look, you got fleeced.
Yeah, got the Oilers good.
It happens to the best of us, though, guys.
Wow. Man, I'm telling you what. Joey Vitale's with us, Doug, every Friday, and it's wonderful to talk it over with him. I should note, though, unfortunately, my wife was ill earlier this week, and now I noticed that Joey is. So I guess that's gonna. I guess I got to get the private investigator a little more work. That's what I'm sensing. I mean, hey, I've got a responsibility. I'm fighting for my family in here. Oh.
Hey, we're still trying to get through Zippergate. We don't need
Zippergate, Doug. That's what it's being called.
Right.
Zippergate. Joey, get well. Good luck. Calling the game tomorrow night if Army doesn't ask you to call into the office after the space heater situation. Now, this guy's looking for problems around the neighborhood and around the Blues organization. He's a problem. This guy's a problem, but we have him on every Friday anyway. Thank you, Joey.
Thank you, boys. Have a good day.
You too. There's Joey Vitale with us here on the program, talking it over and standing up to Doug Armstrong, even though he was very deferential with the hand warmers.
That could be awkward if he brought the hand or the foot warmer in, the space heater, and then the head of the organization takes it away from you. Do you have the right to go back and retrieve it?
Kind of a Larry David. Like, what do you do? I feel like it's Army. Like, oh, boy, I'm not crossing him. But Joey, who either doesn't know any better or doesn't care, walks in there and says to Doug Armstrong, I'll take my space heater back, pal.
Ladies and gentlemen, Munganast is a sponsor of the program. I was texting with Jamie Burkhardt this morning. I'm just telling you know what I do? I get up and I text with the sponsors.
Do you really?
That's what I
nice.
do. Yeah. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. 314-252-0029 is a number that they set up for our audience. It's Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Are you in the market for a new car? Are you in the market for a pre-owned car? Do you need to get your car serviced? Well, they can do it for you at Munganast St. Louis Acura. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne here on the program. We've got the drops of the week. We've got Jeremy Rutherford. We've got Gabe DeArmond. We've got a dossier that features the pick six and some existential questions from our friend wearing his Billikens jersey over there. And I kind of like him. I got to be honest with you.
You like him or the questions?
I like Jaxon. Okay. I'm high on him. All right. And I also like his questions too. Cool. Both of them. Did you pull the audio from Starter Packs in there?
It's loaded with expletives, so I'll have to go.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, what kind of operation you running, McKernan?
Yeah, that's kind of my comfort zone, to be honest with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break. Come back with Jaxon being existential and the drops of the week. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, let me tell you about Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. I went out there. Matter of fact, they got a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Really impressive. If you're looking for custom work, hey, listen, I realize we've been freezing for the last few weeks. But, Doug, I don't know if you've noticed this. I think you probably have. Days are getting a little longer.
Definitely noticed
that. There you go.
It's like well after 5 o'clock.
That's right. And the sun's up a little earlier. I realize it might not feel like it now, but I start telling myself, hey, we're going to have some days here in the next 6-7 weeks where we're going to be able to be outside. The weather's going to start warming up. All of a sudden, you're going to see the azaleas at Augusta National. The Cardinals come back and start playing some ball. Here we go. Well, you want to be able to be outside and capitalize on it. You don't start getting the work done in April or May. Start working on it now with Aesthetic Design and Build to have those high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces that they've been doing now for over 30 years. I've had them to my home. It's Dan and his team at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com or call them 636-532-5008 and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Utah Hockey Club said it still expects to announce a permanent name, but the Utah Yetis have been refused by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. This just in, according to Greg Wyshynski of ESPN.com. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
That is the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on a Francesa Friday, in which phone calls are welcome. And so far, Doug, the only calls have come from Festus.
Well, that's the biggest municipality around here.
I agree with you. 314-974-0101. Jackson and I have been on 101 ESPN since January of 2022, and for the first time ever, I learned something in the Sports Center update.
That can't be true.
Oh, no.
Well,
it's true. It's true. It's damn true.
You knew all those NBA scores before I was giving them?
Learned something about I cared about.
Fair.
There you go.
What about the refs in an NBA Western Conference Finals game? It was Scott Foster, the extender. I get what you're saying. Utah Yetis, no dice.
So why was it rejected? They don't like
it? Jackson, for the record, for those of you who have just kind of got your phones tuned to tune out the Sports Center updates when he's on, just reported that the Utah Hockey Club wanted to become the Utah Yetis, which I think a lot of people thought was going to happen. But that is not going to happen. And Jackson, why?
Sure. The United States Patent and Trademark Office rejected the application for the team for Utah Yetis because of the likelihood of confusion for consumers to other companies and brands that also use that name. That's reported by Ryan Miller of KSL.com.
Oh, so the mugs,
the drinking
Yetis,
cups, yeah.
Doug is
Yetis.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah. So and also the Patent Office said that Utah Yeti, not plural, but just Yeti, also wouldn't be accepted because the singular or plural form of a registered trademark is essentially identical in sound, appearance, meaning, and commercial impression.
I don't really like it as a nickname anyway.
What would you like, sir?
The Yetis. I don't know, maybe the Utah Choir or something. Just
Choir. I don't like the fact that you can get a trademark on a common name or
like Bill,
fictitious animal. You can trademark that or someone else can't use it? I don't really like that.
Should we get someone on from the United States Patent and Trademark Office?
Well, I don't know that we need to go that far with it.
If we have a patent attorney in Festus, they will be calling in.
Yeah, 314-974-0101.
It's like the restaurant below us. It's Il Bilago. They used to be the Bellagio, right? And
That's right.
And the hotel in Las Vegas sued them, say, hey, you can't be the Bellagio. Really? Does it really matter? You're 1,000 miles away or more. A smallish restaurant is some kind of a threat to your Las Vegas mega hotel.
Wow. Well, anti-capitalism take. Love it.
I don't think they
clip that off
and play it
Socialist.
Mission Taco had to change their name around town.
Adam Tilford. I hung out with Adam Tilford back in the day when we were in high school. Very rare public school guy I'd hang out with, being honest. And he had to deal with it from them.
Because they make the tortillas and they have their name all over it. Mission, and they're, I don't know, I guess long term you could be worried that it becomes a franchise that moves outside of St. Louis. I don't know how it's threatening their business model by having a few restaurants in St. Louis, but they've I think they're in the middle of a transition right now from Mission.
Are you anti-capitalist also?
Am I?
Yeah.
No, I am not anti-capitalist.
Okay, yeah. This Jackson. I mean,
what do you think's going on?
Socialist, I guess.
So hold on. It was a role reversal.
Yeah, I mean, Doug gave the take. I didn't.
Doug was
I wasn't anti-capitalist at all. I'm anti-taking a name and saying no one else can use our name. When that name is, a fictitious animal.
Wow. Libby Doug, our socialist Vaughn. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. Sharon in Sanibel / Clayton texting in. Back in the day, Paris Hilton tried to copyright That's Hot.
And Pat Riley got 3-peat, right?
Yeah,
I do believe so. The Chiefs are navigating potentially here with 2 more wins.
You guys want a nickname update?
Yeah,
we're kind of in that genre right now. We discussed George Washington University the other day. That's where the Billikens will play on Saturday. They're in D.C. to take on the Revolutionaries, and it caught us all off guard that they had a new nickname. And then I think we started calling them the Colonels. They were the Colonials, of course.
Colonials with Mike Jarvis.
The Yinkadare. The Colonials are now the Revolutionaries. So this goes back May of 2023. Answering calls from students and the broader community, George Washington University will formally change its nickname to the Revolutionaries, the officials announced this week. The new name will apply to each of the school's athletic teams and comes after years of pushback against the school's former moniker, Colonials. Students had protested its connotation, given the violent and oppressive history of American colonization. Here we go. We, as students of the George Washington University, believe it is of great exigence, E-X-I-G-E-N-C-E, exigence.
Doug, that's correct.
It's written by Costas.
What that is.
We believe it is of great exigence that the university changes its official mascot, reads the description of a petition organized and signed by more than 530 students. The use of Colonials, no matter how innocent the intention, is received as extremely offensive. By not only students of the university, Doug, they actually put Doug in the statement, by not only students of the university, but the nation and world at large.
Baloney.
The whole world was offended that they were called the Colonials. Historically negative charge figure, has deep connotation to glorifies the act of systemic oppression. Okay. In addition to revolutionaries, hippos and river horses were also suggested.
River horses. I like that one. That's like a hippopotamus. It's like a sea gerbil. That's what hippopotamus means.
What's the gerbil of the sea?
The gerbil of the sea.
Krill? Is it krill?
I think that's correct.
I don't know.
Chuck Todd, who hosts the NBC talk series Meet the Press.
He's a Miami guy. He's a Hurricane.
It says he's a GW alumnus.
Oh,
Maybe he got a master's.
Sure, he was all on board with this.
He announced the school's new nickname in a broadcast-style video released on Wednesday. Video also included feedback from the students and the staff at the school. The nickname that will represent GW's athletic teams and the community at large. What's in a name? Plenty, it turns out, said Chuck Todd from behind a news desk. Raise high, revolutionaries. And there you have it.
Guys, stay woke.
There's chuckles. Jackson, we already know where Doug is. He was moaning throughout Martin's read. Jackson, what is your response to the Billikens' opponent tomorrow? Real quickly, though. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Jackson.
I generally, with team name, mascot changes, I don't know. It doesn't move me one way or the other.
Okay.
If a place wants to change it, by all means. If
I don't know if places ever really want to change it.
I don't know. But generally, do what you got to do.
Cave to the pressure. I'm wearing a Market Warriors sweatshirt.
But it only took 500.
Lane was too.
It only took 500 students to change this name of a university that had been there for decades, I'm sure.
Well, it was offensive to the world at large, Doug.
That they were called the
Colonials.
Weren't the Colonials, the colonists, weren't they oppressed by the British?
Yeah.
I think they're talking a different kind of oppression. But regardless, like I said, doesn't move me one way or another.
All right.
You do not feel passion for this. You do respect Mike Jarvis and the Colonials.
Little of that and little it's Friday and I'm not trying to take it on the chin real hard. So
just don't. This guy's picking his spots now, Doug.
Yeah, that's generally how I feel about mascots. Pick your spots.
But would it only take 500 students to say, "Hey, this Billiken mascot is
not going to let you pick your spots.
He's too heavy. You're making fun of a fat person." You're body shaming.
The Billiken is so unique that I don't even know the significance. I think it's for good luck.
Eskimo god of luck as a junior Billiken, I can tell you.
Right.
But the video, the vision itself of the Billiken, he's a little overweight. He's got a pot belly.
Haven't seen the body in I feel like sometime, and the mascot is in great shape. I would call him trim, like the actual physical mascot that runs around at Chaffetz. So
the old logo wasn't that way.
And Coach Schertz was up in Lincoln Memorial. Them rail splitters, I hear back in the day, they weren't real nice people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The Missouri Tigers, that was a Civil War regiment. They killed some people.
Yeah, the jaywalkers.
Can 500 people stand up and say, we demand that the school change their name?
That might be a slippery slope fallacy. Just because one place does it doesn't mean every place is going to.
Well, no, that's the concern.
That's how it gets started.
I know, but
that's how it gets started. Domino effect.
Next thing you know, Doug's going to get canceled. They won't be doing Sports Sunday this weekend. He's got a big...
You need that exposure on championship weekend.
Don't want the exposure.
Jackson, how would you feel if the Missouri Tigers had to change their name because of what Doug laid out there in the Civil War history of the name and not necessarily the animal like the gerbil of the sea?
I've always just viewed it as the animal itself, so I would think, I don't think that's the right play, but yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Doug,
you're not going to get me going. I'm not dipping my toe into it.
I'm trying to poke the bear here.
I'm not doing it.
Chuck Todd attended George Washington University. I don't know what that means, attended. Why didn't...
I know, that's... I'll tell you what to do.
Graduate.
That's exactly right. I say I attended the University of Missouri.
It says he's an avid Miami University.
Yeah,
he's a fan. He's just a big old fan.
I thought he went there. Maybe he went to law school or something.
No, I can't find that anywhere.
Hell, I don't know, Doug. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to email in. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is trying to make history by becoming the first lady to ever win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month standings. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's how you can compete for it. Let's see what we got here. Little Tommy Tribbins is not happy about a lead story in the Post-Dispatch this morning. Tim, can we please address today's lead already? Front page of STL today with a hard-hitting story about the best damn fans in Banana Land. Oh, yeah, Cronky? You think this isn't a sports town? How about hosting the UFL Finals? How about record-setting demand for the Savanna Bananas? How about allocating Rams money toward child care for city employees? Taste me, Enos.
Oh.
That's from Little Tommy Tribbins, who's a kid who rides around the parking lot on a tricycle. And yeah, Doug, the St. Louis demand for the Savanna Bananas tickets is the best in the nation.
Yeah. You got to get into a lottery to try to win a ticket.
Really bonds the people of St. Louis.
I guess it's going to.
Jimmy?
Well, we're pretty starved for entertainment around here. Concerts do really well. Sporting events do really well. I'm not really surprised.
Is the Savanna Bananas interest higher here because they're down on the Cardinals? Are there baseball fans that are shifting a little money over there?
I would agree with that assessment.
Could
I
be.
do think that there's something.
Yeah, well, might as well go see something down there.
I do think that there is something to that for people who budget for their sports entertainment are going, well, we're not going to spend the money on the Cardinals, and the kids will love to see this. I'd rather take the kids to see this than take your pick of whatever you think with regard to the Cardinals. Speaking of that, Doug, we've got some news and notes.
What do we got?
You're going to find out after the commercial break.
Won't!
Teasing camp! Teasing camp! Deal with it. Martin, people can email in about teasing camp for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and that's at Seth Goldcamp.
Love Seth Goldcamp, the whole family. Tim was texting with him earlier.
I was, about 6:30, about Paul Crow.
Related to Michael Crow, Tommy Crow? There's a bunch of Crows in Mary Queen, different. You got an E on the end of that or no?
E on the end of it.
E on the end of that.
Counting.
Jimmy, Paul, Peter, and Kevin. St. Gabriel family. Yeah, you better believe it.
Could be related. Could be. Right. Nonetheless, Seth and his team busy today keeping folks warm, which has been tough lately. Nasty cold stretch around St. Louis. Hopefully the furnace is working properly. If it's not, we encourage you to go to designairservice.com. They've been around since 1904. Fourth generation family business. And when they get there, they're going to fix the furnace, get it up and running. It's real stressful when it's not working, especially when it's cold out. You want the technician to get the job done. That's what they're great at, and they will not try and sell you something you don't need. If you need a new furnace, you're going to want to buy it from Design Air, but most times it just needs to be repaired, and that's what they are there to do. Real simple. Go to that website, designairservice.com. Longest running TMA supporter. We encourage you to support them in return. It's pretty simple. They sponsor us, and we want you to call them just like we do. Whenever we have an HVAC issue for all your heating and cooling needs, it is designairservice.com.
Yeah, Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Sponsor of our email of the day. News regarding the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado. It never ends.
What is it now?
Is he going to the Bananas?
We'll have it for you coming up in a matter of moments, along with the drops of the week. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
St. Louis, your friends at Together Credit Union have launched something new here in 2025. We're talking about high-yield checking. It's a new account you can open called Empower Checking. With Empower Checking, you can earn above-market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. The interest is paid to you each month, a checking account that will reward you for balances and not based on activity. To apply, pretty simple. Visit togethercu.org or stop by any of their 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. The thing with Together Credit Union, when you sign up, you're not only a member, you're an owner. That's how a credit union works. This has been based in St. Louis for a long time, started right next door at the brewery. You can get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility is required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA. Do yourself a favor and sign up for Empower Checking.
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Man, he's a wonderful gentleman. Mm-hmm. He's a wonderful beard. He's tall. He's got a great head of hair.
Frustration a little bit?
I'm going to ask him out.
Oh. Well, I'm going to say
that I'm not tall with a great attitude, great head of hair. What are you trying to say? I feel like you were trying to say something there.
Oppo?
I think you guys would look great together.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I've got a date with him tonight, so back off, buddy.
Man, he's like a boy whore then.
Yeah, we'll share the love.
We're going to the Blues Hall of Fame banquet at
Oh, you really are on a date with him?
Yes.
That was a joke. Yeah.
No.
I'm like, oh, good for you, Doug, playing along. No, you really are on a date with this guy. Mm-hmm. What's going on around here?
Mm-hmm.
Jackie, you want to do something tonight?
Marquette on tonight?
I don't think so. Doug really is going. You're going to date. Blues Hall of Fame. You were there with Mark Milton last year.
Yeah, boy, you're the boy whore.
Oh, the sponsor's kind of like that.
If you're a sponsor named Mark, Doug, you got Doug's
that's interesting.
Yeah. It's interesting. That is interesting.
We have to take care of the sponsors.
For sure.
Man, keep an eye on you.
Take care. Wink, wink. I don't know what I'm saying.
For heaven's sake, what did that mean?
You're the one who brought all this up. You're going on dates with all the sponsors.
Exactly.
Well, Tim was saying that he liked the guy because he's bearded and tall.
Right.
Great hair.
Great hair, great voice.
And then Mark Hanna, he knows his hockey too. Remember, he was in. He had the best Kairu take of anybody I've heard in town, where he said you just don't want him handling the puck so much. That's when the turnovers happen. He's a goal scorer. Let him finish. Don't make him handle the puck. I thought, holy smokes, that was pretty good. I'll steal that for TV.
Yeah, and James Carlton's better talking about Missouri than any of us are.
100%.
Yeah, it's kind of eye-opening how people can come off the street and do this better than us.
When we're the ones who went to school for it.
Right.
Most entertaining part of the day, some guy driving a barge.
That's right. Yeah, you can call in on Francisco Friday. 314-974-0101. Doug, we've got Nolan Arenado news. Part of it direct, part of it indirect, and I've got it for you right here from The Athletic this morning.
Okay.
Chandler Rome reporting. You like that name, Chandler
I don't
Rome?
mind it, too.
Conversations between the Astros and Alex Bregman have resumed within recent days, according to 3 league sources, reigniting some hope of a reunion between the franchise and one of its cornerstones. That possibility seemed dead in December when general manager Dana Brown said talks between both sides had stalled and the team pivoted to first baseman Christian Walker. A lack of clarity in Bregman's market across the past month may have allowed the Astros back into the fray. According to 3 sources, unrest within the Astros clubhouse about the possibility of Bregman's departure and Brown declaring the negotiations stalled also contributed in part to Houston circling back. USA Today first reported on Thursday that the Astros are keeping the door ajar for Bregman to return. The Red Sox, Blue Jays, and Tigers have also had varying levels of interest in Bregman, the reigning American League Gold Glover at third base and unquestioned leader inside Houston's clubhouse. So you have that back in play, and then indirectly, that could lead to movement on Nolan Arenado. And Nolan Arenado, he is back on Instagram this morning. Martin. And this is the post from Nolan Arenado. The title of the article is Nolan Arenado's unexpected Instagram post has fans and analysts buzzing. You like the one?
Yeah, a lot of buzz.
The Cardinals continue to face uncertainty as they have yet to define the direction for the upcoming MLB season. Do you think that's fair?
Yes.
Okay. Leaving fans in a cloud of speculation. Nolan Arenado posted a video from him at the University of Texas, quote, titled Returning to His Roots by training at the University of Texas at Austin. And then I thought to myself, I don't think he went to Texas. Although the article says Nolan Arenado did not attend the University of Texas. He does have a connection to the state from his time with the Tulsa Drillers, a minor league team in 2012.
Which is in Oklahoma.
Which is what I was thinking. As well. Martin just has a look of confusion.
I'm hoping this clears things up here shortly.
However, sentimental ties aside, nope. The focus remains on his determination to return to form with a simple Instagram post reading, "Back to the Roots." And that's with the number 2 as opposed to spelling it out. Arenado reaffirmed his commitment to hard work and preparation. Meanwhile, the Cardinal front office continues to evaluate options. While there have been discussions about potentially trading Arenado, the process stalled. His presence complicates any plans for a full rebuild, adding to the growing uncertainty among fans. So, Doug, there you go. Alex Bregman, he might be going back to Houston, which means the Red Sox would not have the Bregman in the mix for the upcoming season. And would that then lead to the Red Sox being interested, something, Martin, that they have never said that they are?
So what did he post back?
There's context that was leaving out. He's using a song in the Instagram post by The Roots, Questlove's group, the Roots.
Doug, now do you understand?
No better. No, I don't understand it.
Well, I think if you remember from a month or two ago, he posted some on Instagram.
Dodger Blue.
That's Blue right. By Kendrick Lamar.
Doug, you'll see him at halftime of the Chiefs and Eagles game.
With St. Louis and SZA.
Yeah, SZA's going to be there.
Okay.
You like all the lights? That's Kanye. All the stars?
All the lights. That's Kanye and Rihanna, I think.
Yeah.
SZA, my favorite song by SZA is called The Weekend, in case you were wondering.
Does The Weeknd have a song called SZA?
No, spelled differently.
Fair.
Yeah, it's like reciprocation.
The Roots is playing in his Instagram post.
Okay.
So I think that is important context for the caption.
All right.
Got it. Because this article said even though he didn't go to the University of Texas, which of course is in Austin, Texas, not Austin, Oklahoma, he did play for the Tulsa Drillers, which of course is in
Oklahoma.
Texas. Okay, now I'm confused.
So his post was basically saying, I'm getting back to work. And then the article sort of really confused geography. But he's down where he's famous for his off-season intensity.
That's right.
When they added him, I remember Matt Holliday saying nobody works harder at baseball, and he would play Nerf football to make it the equivalent of catching a foul ball down the line, like over your shoulder and working his tail off. But it doesn't really update his landing spot, does it?
No.
Didn't seem to.
No.
But
guys,
we had thought that since the Astros signed Christian Walker, that they wouldn't be in the market to sign another big money third baseman.
Yes.
But apparently that's not necessarily the case.
If they add Bregman, then Arenado would take out. Now that's a team I'd really like to be on, but it's too late.
The issue is that Jim Crane, the owner of the Astros, has never given a free agent deal longer than 5 years or more expensive than $95 million. And on top of it, he has given some contracts here recently which have been problematic for the team, specifically Jose Abreu being one of the most disastrous. Rafael Montero also a problem. And so there is some hesitation, hence the trade of Kyle Tucker, which got things going, and now they're shopping setup man Ryan Presley. And the talk on that one is he could be going to the north side of Chicago.
Okay. I think maybe one of the reasons why the market has been somewhat slow is the Dodgers are setting the market by handing out contracts like they're candy, and the Mets too, with Juan Soto, and before that, Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer, that now everybody wants that kind of money from other teams, and other teams don't have that money to spend.
Really?
I think that might be part of it.
Jackson, why is Doug anti-capitalism? My goodness.
I don't know. That one seemed indifferent. I was half listening. I'm sorry.
What are we doing?
That's not a shot at Doug's.
What's the problem? Oh no! What's in the box? Oh,
that's not a shot at Doug's take. That's just, I often.
Why are you sideways with Doug?
Not at all. I often zone out a lot.
You kind of were digging deep into the drops. You wanted to kind of carry on a conversation as if you were Mo. Keep going. What do you got, Mo?
He's just.
Good morning.
Okay.
But
what else you got, Mo?
What? All right.
You didn't like my take at all.
No, I didn't. I truly, I heard like the back half.
Okay.
I think if Kyle Tucker didn't get traded when he did, I think Arenado would be in Houston.
I would agree with you.
I think it left the Cardinals sort of hamstrung. That okay, the deal gets nixed. He got a little spooked that maybe the Astros weren't going to be all that competitive. He's trying to go somewhere to win. He wants a team where they've got the full throttle down. If Houston's sort of peeling off some better players, is that really the best fit? But then now, a month and a half later, I think he's, oh boy, I tell you what, I'd still pick Houston over St. Louis.
Manupal Eligible is probably giving some context to the article that may have confused some people. He said Mexico once ruled Texas, California, and parts of Oklahoma, so I'm guessing the author was taking a shot at American colonialism.
Probably so. Huh.
So best to just...
That makes sense to me now.
Yeah, just don't acknowledge it even happened.
How's your slide piece?
Guys, am I to take from the article that the Tulsa Drillers are the only team interested in taking on his contract? That's from Bobby Big Wheel.
Boy, that would hurt if he signed with a minor league team instead of playing with the Cardinals.
I'm telling you, the Savanna Bananas.
He doesn't have to sign. He's already under contract. We just trade him to a minor league organization.
Yeah, but he can't get pulled back. He can't be moved up. You know, he's locked in.
Got to stay there.
Major League 4. Star player gets sent down.
Back to the roots.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com. And if you like an easy-to-remember phone number, I think I got one for you. Now, the area code, that's when you can we just know it at this point, 314. But how about this? 222-2222.
That does not reach Fox 2, by the way.
It does not. It reaches Terry Crouppen. It reaches Andy Crouppen. It reaches Ed Herman, friends of the program, in here on Tuesdays on TMA. And the presenting sponsor of the show now for well more than a year, and they are on board throughout this year, and we were grateful for their support. The name of the game on this show, and it's 2 decades, is support the sponsors. Like the show, support the sponsors. That's what it's all about. So, if you are in need of Brown and Crouppen services, you know they're local, you know that they care about the community, and you're not going to be going to some out-of-town firm not familiar with the area. Go to Brown and Crouppen with Terry Crouppen, with Andy Crouppen, with Ed Herman, and their wonderful staff. It's brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Guys, was Jackson doing his mid-show selfie when not listening to Doug? That's from the 573.
No, I think it would shock people to realize how quick I can zone out. But I get right back into it.
I can too.
Yeah, and my mind can wander. So I apologize to Doug and the audience.
Oh my gosh, not me or
no apology
Martin or
needed.
Chairman Kurt, though. That's interesting.
Well, I
don't know what that's about.
I haven't been exposed for not listening to what you guys have said yet. So when that comes, I'll apologize.
I don't know what's going on in the YouTube chat. I just see Iggy's in there, and he just wrote, "I don't find her that hot, Danny."
Who are we talking about?
This is like the Carson thing where he has the envelope on his head.
Yeah. Is that Karnak?
Yes,
Yeah,
Karnak the Magnificent.
Yeah, I kind of like to find out what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, you can participate in the YouTube chat just like Ken Iggy strode. YouTube.com/TMA STL. Air Alliance team, sponsor of the studio cameras here on TMA. Coming up, we have the drops of the week. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, unlike Jackson, pay attention. Please pay attention. If you're looking to buy a car, but you're in a tough spot, sometimes you have circumstances you can't always control, but you still need that new vehicle, go to the Auto Loan Pro. They're going to help you get that car. They're going to help you get your credit back on track. 2 things in one. I like when people say 2 things can be true at the same time. You're going to get a car, but you're also going to learn something. Go to autoloanpro.com, download the free playbook. Download the free playbook. You'll see Robert Thomas right there on the website. You see him on the commercials. Autoloanpro.com. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. They're going to help you by working with over 50 different lenders to get you the best financing that is available. One thing to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. Learn more about how credit works, how you can fix your credit, and buy a car all at the same time. Download that playbook just by going to autoloanpro.com. Get online. Find out more about the entire process. Learn something. Get a car. All of it. One spot. autoloanpro.com.
Oh, Doug, who killed JR? Ripped from today's headlines.
Who was it?
Victoria Principal.
She's the one who killed him?
Patrick Duffy.
Well, I remember the show. I'm just saying, who was... when we found out who killed him, who was it? I forget.
It's kind of a spoiler.
Yeah, don't ruin
Jeez,
it.
it's been over 40 years, hasn't it?
Who shot Mr. Burns?
I don't know.
Was it Homer?
That was Maggie.
Maggie.
Spoiler again.
Random.
This is not good.
This was the TV show Tulsa, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Well
Tulsa
done,
Drillers. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. Mark Hanna, who Doug is dating, is the sponsor
Just tonight.
of the 9 o'clock hour. Who's the John?
Ooh. Who's the John in the relationship? There'll be no touching.
Okay, I guess you might get a cancellation from Mark now.
It's a blues banquet. That's all it
I'm
is.
sure the Missouri Athletic Club approves of this behavior.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this program right now, it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Jeremy Rutherford of The Athletic. Morning, JR.
Morning. I'm going back to my roots.
Yeah, going back to your roots.
Going back to my roots.
We've been getting a lot of calls today from Festus, and then Chairman Kurt wanted to clear that you're from Imperial.
Yes, Imperial. Yeah, I wanted to make it a perfect 3 for 3, but I would have had to pick up and move about 10 minutes, 20 minutes down the road.
Be honest with me here. Do people at Imperial look down on Festus?
Do you know the St. Louis rule on this? There's actually a rule. Down Highway 55, I don't think it's the same for other highways. But down Highway 55, people say that they would only live as far as they live. So if you live at Butler Hill, I'm not going one more exit past Butler Hill. That's it. If you live Merrimack Bottom, you're not going one more exit. So I'm at the kind of Imperial Main Street.
Vogel Richardson.
So I am not going to Barnhart, much less Festus.
Yeah. Wow, there you go. I see that.
It's a nice little town, isn't it, Festus? But, 13,000 people or so?
Yeah, no, real good folks. And I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Get a nice KFC there. No buffet.
Oh, that's right. That's all you need.
Yo!
Buffet.
JR, the people are not happy this morning following last night's festivities at the Enterprise Center. And man, I'm telling you, I don't know if you were listening when Joey Vitale was on, but he was saying he could just tell that they weren't going to win that game. They just didn't think that they were going to win the game. And then sure enough, they give up a quick goal and just don't have a great performance. I mean, the shots on goal that you were tweeting about throughout the course of the game, that's alarming. What stands out to you from last night's festivities, whether it be what you saw on the ice or what you heard following the game?
Well, nice of Joey to do his radio hit this week. That was live up to the contract there.
Wow. Wow, problems in the press box.
Yeah, there's a snake in the garden.
Yeah, and hey, I got an answer for you, Tim, here, but I do want to say ahead of time in case I pass out during this interview. I've been fasting since late last night. I got a blood test here coming up, so a long
fasting
fast
since late last night. Wow,
really outdid yourself. They tap into JR's blood. Like, yep, straight gravy.
Yeah, straight gravy. I might just pass out during this interview. So if that happens, now you know why. But yeah, so Joey touched on it too. Not just didn't look like they were as into the game as you would expect them to be. And to me, that's the big picture problem here. And I've been saying since early in the season that, yes, this team could be a playoff team. Yes, they can be competitive. But we all have to step back and realize this is what it is. It's still a retool. It's still a couple years away. You can get excited about the prospects that are coming in. They did great at the World Junior Championships 2 years in a row. But you look at this roster, and there's just a ton of questions, not only about some of the talent, but some of the compete level. And I think, if you really have to boil it down, you look at these games where they don't show up against Utah. And then last night you have a chance to beat Vegas. And what's Jim Montgomery talking about after the game? He's talking about we're losing a ton of one-on-one battles. Like, one-on-one battles is the most elementary piece of playing competitive hockey. Win those battles. They didn't do it, and thus you had the low shot count. And when they did get shots on net, they were putting them in Belleville.
I like that.
Where does that come from when you don't have the energy or the buy-in?
It's so tough. It's really hard to put your finger on, and I know that coaches talk about it all the time, players talk about it all the time. If I had the answer, we'd be 82-0. But, you know, Joey and Curbs, I think, hit it last night. You just look at points of the game and say, like, what is going on here? You could tell that the Blues weren't going to come back in that game, even though they pulled within 3-2. I mean, that was the furthest thing from a 3-2 game of any game that I've seen in years and years.
In other words, Vegas was dominating so much it felt more like a 5-0 kind of game?
Yeah, 100%. And so the key here is this. The top players have to play the best, and they're not. You can't. There's no margin for error, and your error last night was 15 seconds into the game, and it's in the back of your net. So, you know, if you're not eliminating those types of mistakes, and your top guys aren't carrying you, then that's the answer to the question of, you know, how can't you be ready to compete in a game like that?
I don't know that Joey specifically said it, but we're talking about Shen, the captain. What can you do in terms of getting the group kind of motivated, on board, whatever, and they're all paid professionals. But I got the sense that he was saying around him, maybe the room's a little quiet. Maybe the leadership factor there outside of a Shen is a little less vocal. Or do you think there's something to that in that room?
I do, and big fan of the show, so I was listening to the Joey interview, and I couldn't agree with him more for this reason. Like, I was a proponent of, when people ask me, like, who should be the next captain after O'Reilly, you know, I felt Thomas was a good candidate, but I felt Shen was a good candidate just because things that Ryan O'Reilly had told me the past couple of years that, you know, Shen was kind of the guy behind the scenes who did the most in terms of keeping the team together, out doing things. And so I feel like he's a good captain, but as Joey said, Martin, you can't do it by yourself. And that's to say Robert Thomas isn't doing it. That's not to say Colton Parayko, Justin Falk aren't doing it. But when Ryan O'Reilly was the captain, and I'll go back to 2019 when Alex Pietrangelo was the captain, you had 3, 4, 5 guys, Steen, you know, everybody that just kind of contributed to that. And so we're not privy to know what's going on in the locker room. I don't want to sit here and act like, you know, who's saying what and who's addressing who, so on and so forth. But, yeah, I don't know outside of a couple guys that Shen has enough help in that regard for the situation that the Blues are in.
I got this text from our mutual friend, the Nonling, who worked on TMA, and I know you know JR. And I asked Joey this, and you were listening, so you heard the question. But for those just joining us here in our 9 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Mark Hanna, who, for the record, Doug texted into the text inbox and said he is the John for tonight and your date. So now you know your role. He says, my question for either JR or Vitale or both: the guys who will be at the top of the lineup in the future are presumably here. Thomas, Buchnevich, Kyrou, Holloway, Neighbors are set, and they're the ones who are not consistent. Dvorsky, Snuggerud, Stenberg, etc., aren't coming in to elevate the group. They'll be supplementing it, assuming the coach isn't going anywhere. Are there any long-term concerns with the build? You heard Joey's answer. He was not. What is your opinion on that question?
It's a super fair point, and I'll address it this way. You know, the names that he named, yes, that's kind of the core group. In a couple of years, those guys you can say will still be here unless they're moved. You know, are all of those guys playing up to where you'd expect them to play at this point? No. Is it because maybe they're surrounded by guys who aren't necessarily, you know, great components on this team and gel well with some of these players, and therefore you got a team that has a mixture of players that, you know, just don't come together and form that type of team, whether it be mental, physical, skill-wise that you need? You know, I think that's the situation. And so all we can do is let the next year or two evolve, get the Snuggeruds in here, get the Dvorskys in here. That gives time for the Neighbors, the Holloways, some of these guys to develop even further, and then you see what you got. Like, it's a situation where you build your bed, and that's what the Blues are doing. They feel like they've done a good job drafting and developing these young players, and now it's just a matter of getting them in and seeing where they fit and what other moves Doug Armstrong and Alexander Steen can make in the meantime to beef up this roster. So it's a fair point. It's just, this is what the Blues have, and they're trying to add to it in the next couple of years. And other than some move that can bring in a star player, I know Doug was talking about that earlier, like, I don't know what else you can do at this point.
Is Monty asking you guys for feedback on his music because he's really into this. He dropped a Jukebox Hero a couple weeks ago. Then yesterday he said the theme of the night was I Wanna Rock by Twisted Sister. I think April Wine and Triumph would be some great Casey, DNA, Blues Hoosier kind of music. Is he taking suggestions?
So nothing from the media, but he did say that he has been having some people give him suggestions. So, yeah, pretty entertaining yesterday when he comes out. You know, that's my I go back to the 80s, the hair bands, Molly Crew, and he breaks out the Twisted Sister yesterday. So that was something. You know, I did recently ask Alexei Toropchenko, who, this is for a poll that I'm working on, a player poll. I said, who does the best interview on the team? And Toropchenko, here's my Russian accent. He says, Monty, I watched the Twitter after the game, and I see he say, Jukebox Hero, we need to rock. So, it seems like, you know, people are getting a kick out of that, but unfortunately for the Blues, they're not coming out and rocking.
Now, was that a Jeffco accent? That was Russian.
That was Russian Jeffco Orthodox, yeah. Okay.
They played that Twisted Sister, Tim, as they took the ice last night.
Yeah, I saw them going to go with it. I saw Montgomery talking about it.
19 seconds later, Vegas scored. Maybe it was their song,
Take
too.
that, Twisted Sister.
It was twisted, all right.
I guess 49 games into the season, you figure this is kind of who they are. They win one, they lose one. But we've seen teams in the past, the Blues in 19, Edmonton last year, go on ridiculous rolls the last couple months of the season. Do you think it's any possibility that this Blues team has that kind of thing in them still?
No. Clip that off.
Oh.
No, I don't, because you know, those are two Stanley Cup rosters. That Blues team was predicted to be a Stanley Cup contender that year, even though it wasn't happening in the first few months. You look at Edmonton, same thing. They got off to a tough start. They fire the coach, and they bring another coach in, and he gets them back to where everybody thought they should be. And this team just doesn't have that. You know, you don't want to say that they can't be competitive and they're just going to lay down here. You don't want to say that because, you know, this team has shown us that they can play well on given nights. But by and large, big picture, look at the makeup, look at what they've, you know, been in an opportunity to show us a number of times and haven't shown us. And there's nobody, I think, that can look at this situation and say this can be a team that's close to what you're talking about.
That's Jeremy Rutherford. Read a column this morning on The Athletic. Robert Thomas opens up on his offensive slump. In the suffering comes passion. That's JR's column this morning on The Athletic. JR, always appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much.
Yep, sounds good. And I'll be going to the Hall of Fame dinner tonight, but just like the prom, I'll be going by myself.
Oh, wow.
No.
Wow.
Well, you can sit with Mark Hanna and I.
Oh, threesome on the tee.
No.
Thank you, JR.
All right, thanks, guys. See you.
There he is. That's Jeremy Rutherford with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Martin Kilcoyne with you. Francesa Friday means Chairman Kurt is manning the Callier & Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way, I would say in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
Is this the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom's time? We'll find out the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you can compete. Send in anything. I mean, anything gets read as long as it doesn't violate FCC regulations. That's all we got. That's the standard. Chairman
it gets a little close.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's close to the line. Jackson, we have the drops of the week. Would you like to fire those up for the fine folks here listening to TMA? Because, Doug, you feel really good about the week that was, and this always kind of, this is us spiking the football.
Okay.
Morning After. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you guys drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off.
Clip that off.
Fred in East Brunswick. What's up, Fred?
Testing that bad boy out for you now.
Gosh darn it, my prostate.
You could smell the Jeffco on her.
Take that, Martin.
Who the f*** do I think I am?
If I said Ichiro, are you no doubt? First ballot?
In what sport?
Just trying to get a little extra from the next guy.
I was having a pony.
I only have one mouth. Listen, when I'm elected mayor, I'm going to change the water tower. I'm going to fix the stench. It's all good.
Really bonds the people of St. Louis.
Testing out this bad boy.
He does not. He does not belong in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame.
Really? Huh, that's interesting. Okay.
I'm not dating any fellas at the moment.
I just wish that they would not have the camera on me 90% of the time. Unless they feel like it's driving ratings.
Between me and the gerbil.
I don't know. I mean, the more you look at him, yeah, he is. Think about it. Yeah. At his age, what he's done, you're damn right he's the best quarterback left.
That makes you.
He's got 3,000 American hits. You know what? Maybe. If he's got 3,000 American hits now, he's going to get in.
I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
That was Drops of the Week.
How can you not want to do this show for another 30 years?
That's what I'm saying.
How has it possibly been on as long as it has been? That's a better question.
Drops of the Week, wonderful production. Is that your handiwork, Jackson, or is that the chairman's handiwork?
That's mine.
All right. You feel good about your work?
Oh, yeah.
Because last week, if I'm not mistaken, you sent an apology for Kurt to read because you weren't
read.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read it.
Thank you.
Yeah. You left us Drops of the Week, then hopped a train to Chicago, and then you felt bad about what you left behind.
Yeah, I didn't think it was my best work.
All right.
But, I apologized.
And he had a bounce-back week this week.
I'd say. I think.
You weaved in some Francesa Friday there.
Anytime you can get a Francesa clip that kind of plays throughout, I feel good about it.
Dan Hurley, I had a lot of Doug audio there. KG, Jimmy Kimmel made an appearance.
Dan Hurley, the way he was talking in that clip, it's so odd. It's probably because his voice is hoarse after screaming at everybody.
Screaming throughout the game.
God, it's unbelievable.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new sponsor here on TMA, and that's the name of the game, supporting the sponsors. And in the jewelry category, I have gotten a chance to know the people at Moritz Reusch Jewelry online at ninjabling.com. Was in there last week, got a chance to see what they have on the 15th floor of the tower right across from the Galleria. Good people who understand the buying experience when it comes to jewelry, and that is the following. And I think I would guess probably 95% of the people listening to this program right now know exactly what I'm talking about. When you're going in there, number one, you're going, okay, I got to have a budget. I got to stick to the budget. They respect that there, and they're not going to try to catch you and go, okay, well, you said it's this, but how about this? No. Secondly, they know. You don't necessarily know, and it can be an intimidating thing. So it's a private experience where you're not going to have a salesperson hovering over you. They are a longtime Riz show sponsor, and back in the day, the Riz listeners were called ninjas, and so the website is ninjabling.com. That's ninjabling.com. They're right across from the Galleria on the 15th floor of the tower that used to be called the University Tower. It is Moritz Reusch Jewelers online at ninjabling.com. Ninjabling.com. Moritz Reusch, welcome aboard. TMA. No twinkle lights. They're going to work within your budget. Check them out on Facebook and Instagram. It's Moritz Reusch Jewelers, ninjabling.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett. Martin Kilcoyne will be heading out. Martin, I don't know when the onboarding begins.
I've been asking for weeks. It's
Doug's starting to get a little suspicious.
It's an insurance hang-up? Is that what the problem is?
A lot of paperwork, very corporate, and I'm trying to memorize the entire Hubbard roster.
Oh, wow.
That includes the Florida contingent.
Oh, West Palm market,
Minnesota contingent.
Minneapolis, St. Paul, Phoenix, Seattle, Chi-Town, stand-up, D.C.
Yeah.
I actually really haven't memorized the St. Louis contingent. I see a lot of people in the hall. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up?
Doug always told me this when I was a young broadcaster. If they're not on air, they don't count.
Right. They're little people.
Right.
Oh, now see, you had to do that.
Commoners.
I don't like that. Ladies and gentlemen, we got some breaking news in the NFL. Yeah. Pete Carroll, out of retirement? Or was he ever really retired? Either way. Tom Brady says, Pete Carroll, you're my guy. You gave me a Super Bowl ring, I'll give you a job. You didn't run the football with Marshawn Lynch here. I'll give you the head coaching job of the Raiders.
How many years? You think, does he make it too full before he walks?
I was going to set the over-under at 2.5, so that's interesting that you're on 2. Maybe my number's too high.
Just the Raiders' history, they rifle through these coaches.
Well, he's mid-70s already, too.
I was going to put him at 72. That was what my guess was.
I think he's 73.
He's a young 73, though.
He is.
You'd never know that.
They could do worse. I mean, these coaches get fired every 2 years. I don't care that he's older because they don't last.
Excuse me. I saw him coach USC against the Fighting Irish 2007. Beat the hell out of him. Then he went to Seattle and he killed it. God bless him. So he's going to try to get the Raiders ship righted. Pete Carroll gets
Bill Belichick would rather be the North Carolina coach or the Raiders coach, given a choice.
Raiders.
I would say Raiders, too.
You think
I
he's
just
a little
think the college
envious?
thing is just so chaotic right now. I think 5 years ago, maybe it doesn't look that way, but right now it is anarchy. And I don't know how much tolerance he's going to have for that stuff.
I guarantee he's a little miffed. The hoodie is that he didn't get a crack, at least because they're both older. The knock, one of the knocks was that you're too old.
It could be a personality thing.
Correct.
Where everybody loves Pete Carroll and not many people like Belichick.
Not to mention Mark Davis, as he's Mark Davis.
What does that mean?
Well,
is that a LaRusso right there?
Belichick is
I'd like to
obviously
pick coaches against you.
a unique personality, as is Mark Davis. Sometimes
clash.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't mix.
Yeah.
Sometimes it mix. Even if Tom Brady is now also on the bridge.
God, the Raiders. Do you remember Rich Bisaccia coached them in 2021?
Ooh.
I do remember there was a random. I mean, there's been a lot of random, but I do remember. I don't think that's the pronunciation, but it could be off.
Stepped in for Gruden, maybe.
They do go through them, man.
They got 12 games.
They do go through them.
Antonio Pierce got 26 games.
Nice.
Josh McDaniels got 25 games. Gruden looks like maybe at about 50 or so. Jack Del Rio, Tony Sperano, Dennis Allen, Hugh Jackson, Tom Cable guy.
No. Yeah, they go through them. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson has some wonderful existential questions, and I want to tend to those here before Martin gets going. And, of course, we got pick 6, even though it's only 2
I got
games.
6.
Oh, you still got 6?
Better believe it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in. South Carolina head football coach Shane Beamer has been extended through 2030, according to ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. Jeremy Rutherford with us earlier in the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Joey Vitale with us in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The Colonel's going to be with us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour here on the program. And Doug Jackson on this dossier has prepared a number of what I would describe as brilliantly existential questions.
Has he?
And before Martin has to begin this onboarding process, I thought, let's make sure that we don't waste Jackson's questions. In addition to the pick six, which Martin, you will now have to participate in, and you will not be able to skate out on. Sorry about that. Okay. And Jackson turned it into 6 picks, too, even though there's only 2 games.
Will we pick the Chiefs game twice?
No, total spread and then 2 props.
All right. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. Jackson, go.
My question is, what was your welcome to sports media moment where you realized covering sports for a living wasn't really a fairy tale? Do you think younger people out there covering sports are just as wide-eyed and green as you once were?
Wow. Martin, you might have to stay for the next hour and 10 minutes after that one. That's what this guy does. This is what he did on Balloon Party. This is what he does.
I think it's been on the dossier for a couple of weeks. No, I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying we never got to this.
That's right.
Was this not on there?
I keep it in the reserve. Well,
Yeah,
back to my roots.
It's been in the hopper for a
Yes.
little while.
Yeah.
We just didn't have time to get to it till now.
What do you got? I bet we all got them.
Is there like a moment?
I have 2. Yeah, for sure.
When we realized it wasn't a fairy tale?
Like, you go into sports broadcasting thinking, I'm going to cover the team. It's going to be awesome. Everything's going to be great. And then you get to, you have a moment. You have a moment where you're like, ooh, this is, they didn't tell me about this one.
Yeah. See, loosely, I would say, when you realize a lot of the players are just kind of jackwagons, and you're like disappointed, and that's at a young age. You're like, hey, how you doing? Like,
I have to say, though, in fairness, that I don't think that they're, and I know you're not saying this because we certainly kind of think the same way on this stuff, that if you had somebody, not only asking for your time basically for free, but then oftentimes you feel like the truth is not reported, then I think there just becomes a dislike for anybody who represents that industry, which causes you downside.
Well, I understand the hesitancy or some of the lack of willingness. What I never understood was the rudeness. I
agree with that part.
Yeah, so my favorite part when I first started covering the Cardinals as a reporter was Brian Jordan, who often would say, oh, you know what, man, today's just not the best day. And I would say, perfect. But if somebody just treated you like human garbage just for saying, hey, how are you?
Human garbage.
Yeah, and that's what just offended me or ticked me off. But I always use that Jordan example as nobody has to sit and talk to you. Nobody has to give you 2 minutes of their time. They're getting ready to play a Major League Baseball game. But I remember Jordan always being just, first of all, he almost always talked.
Yeah.
But when he didn't, he would just say, oh, man, today's just a little hectic or whatever. I would say, perfect. Totally understand.
Yeah.
Not a problem. And I just appreciated that tone. But I don't know that I have a moment. How about you, Doug? Was it when Earl Weaver punched you in the face?
No, he didn't punch me. He threw some pillows around. I guess my wake-up moment was I got my first paycheck. Oh, really? I guess I'm not going to be able to live indoors in Minnesota? I had a friend said, well, why don't you quit? And I said, what, and get out of show business? That would have been mine, I guess.
I had, in 1997, Doug, was that when Corey Tate hit the shot against Kansas?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Roy Williams and the number 1 ranked Jayhawks. And I was that spry reporter wanting to make sure I asked Coach Williams a question, and he was in the midst of answering a question, I believe, about Inkster, Michigan's Albert White. And I don't know if I have my years correct. Doug will confirm it. But he stopped, looked at me, and he goes, are you going to let me finish, or is what you have to say more important than what I have to say? I'm like, oh, boy, okay.
Sphincter puckering.
Oh, no, I actually just wet myself.
No.
Right there in the bowels of the Hearn Center. Just wet myself.
Did you know? That obviously you're trying to do that.
There was that. Then in 1998, along with the Colonel, who's going to join us in 20 minutes, he was part of the sports journalism class that Brian Nooner, you know Brian Nooner, Martin, he was the sports director at KOMU for a number of years in Columbia. Now Chris Trevino took that spot. And now I'm not sure who is in that role.
Is it Ben Arnett?
Ben
maybe?
Arnett, that's right. That's who it is. So he took us down there. 2 other guys in the class. One guy now works at the Golf Channel. Another guy worked for MTV. Colonel's got power at Mizzou. I'm here jacking around. But I said, hey, I'm going to go up to McGuire and see if he wants to hang out with us.
How'd that play?
What's to hang out with us?
You enjoy that. Because not only, even if he were, quote unquote, in the bell curve of sometimes hot, sometimes cold, it's an asinine premise. It's an asinine premise. And I was 21 years old enough to know better. But then, since we all know that he was really not enjoying his 1998, and it began in Jupiter, Florida, and it carried on throughout the course of the season. And I actually walk up to him, and I'm like, yeah, 2 Irish guys, we're going to take care of each other. And I go,
a couple of big lumberjacks.
Absolutely. And I introduced myself to him, and within just the split second before I even opened my mouth, the disgust on his face as I was approaching him was crystal clear. And it became like, oh, hey, Mark, we're going to be here for the next couple of days. Maybe we can do an interview with you. And I didn't say, hey, would you like to go and have a scotch?
You didn't say that.
No, and he said,
because I got a fake ID. I can pal around.
He's like, yeah, I'll see if I have time. I don't know. I'm like, okay, well then, all right, we'll see you around. And then in 2000, when I started working at KMOV, I actually was more upset about the team losing games when I would go into the clubhouse than some of the guys on the team.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And that was really eye-opening. That was really eye-opening to me. And I'm like, okay, at some point, I gotta learn that this is more of a business for these guys. And while I'm a fan, for them, they're going to lose, even if they have a great team, at least 60 times. And if they started getting as worked up as I am, then they're not going to be able to get through the year and do what is their jobs. And that was a breakthrough moment, I think, in seeing
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what happened out there?
So what's the opposite of congratulations?
Stop asking me stupid questions.
I thought, I was on my way. I'm working in Flagstaff, Arizona, and I was producing the weekly coaches show for Northern Arizona University, the Lumberjacks, where I believe the Warson Woods Wacko went to school, Flagstaff. And so Coach Axman, who actually coached Troy Aikman in college, is his quarterback's coach. I actually had a conversation with Troy Aikman once about Steve Axman, but it was the coaches show. I'm in the booth, and our host is there with the coach, and we had like a giant sign, like Lumberjack Weekly or whatever. And during the show, the sign just fell down, and I kind of thought, well, maybe I'm not going to be Costas. I don't know that he ever had this moment. Sort of small-town TV.
And speaking of small-town TV, when I was in Rochester, 22-year-old Cub reporter went out to do a story on a guy playing high school basketball from that area who went on to the NBA, Randy Brewer. I don't know if you remember Randy Brewer.
Minnesota big
he was
man.
huge, 7'2", 7'3", just absolutely dominating high school basketball. So we went out and did a story with him, got ready to interview the coach about him, and he was just the oddest looking fellow. And he looked like a hamster with a couple of walnuts in both cheeks. And that's all I was thinking about as I interviewed him. And the first question was something like, so what makes Randy Brewer so good? And as he's answering, I'm figuring as a coach, he'll talk forever on this. All I could look at was walnuts coming out of his cheeks. And he said something like, well, he's really tall. And then he stopped, and I had no other questions for him. That was it. I'm just looking at his face like, what is going on with your cheeks? And that was it. I said, thanks for the interview, Coach. That was going to do it. I got nothing else for you.
What else do you need to know? He's tall. Randy Brewer, I remember, played for the Milwaukee Bucks.
He was a good player, yeah, at Minnesota.
McGuire related. Randy Naughton brought her daughter down to the stadium, like tagging along at work.
Oh, no, this could be a
And they're in the
dark story.
dugout at the Old Bush, and the daughter, I think, is like 7, 8, 9, and she said, "Oh, Mom, I want to go meet Mark McGuire." And she says, "Oh, please don't, please don't." So the daughter runs out onto the field, like pregame, goes up to McGuire. The daughter turns around, yells back to the dugout to Randy Naughton, "Mom, you were wrong. He really wasn't a jerk." And McGuire just goes, "Thanks." That's a little awkward.
He now is a different guy for purposes of clarity, and there were times where he would be great, but most of the time, his personality to be, the focal point of not just American sports in 1998, but truly American culture. He transcended sports. It just was not right. And then I think it got even worse when Sosa was so gregarious, and then it focused on his reluctance to engage.
I always thought somebody got to him with the Cardinals at that point, because the first half of that and through much of the run, he was really difficult. But then it switched. Maybe it was Sosa who got to him. I think somebody said, "Listen, you're going to have to approach this a little better. People are just excited about your accomplishment. Don't be mad at the world." Because he kind of switched late in that season. He kind of came around and was much better.
I actually talked to the skipper at one of the spring trainings. It must have been 99. And I just said, "Do you have any advice how to best cover McGuire? I know he doesn't really like dealing with us. What should we do?" And Tony, of course, is a real shy guy, man. He's just real low-key, not looking for the limelight. And I said, "Yeah, but when ESPN comes to town, he smiles and high-fives all their people." And he goes, "Yeah, it's tough." I'm like, so there's a different McGuire for the national thing? But when he came back as the hitting coach, and you hear this all the time, if somebody's got a major secret or some burden in life, and once it's out or released, they're different. He was 100%.
Could not agree more.
As the hitting coach, you'd sit there and talk to him in the dugout about Alan Craig or Matt Carpenter. He loved talking about those guys. And he would do interviews.
That's the thing. It was the circumstance. I saw he was doing a podcast recently, and he was really breaking down. Obviously he knows the game, but it was a hell of a listen as well. Hey, guys, my sports moment that ruined it for me was when Tim got his slap tear, because it's not fair to deprive all of us from that pure of a golf swing. Some big tough.
Wow.
I know you have a job to do. I'm not answering any questions tonight. There's no sense of me even trying to answer questions about this evening, okay? So, sorry about that. Have a good night.
What are your thoughts on the critical moment there where it looks she's made it 3-3 and the goal comes off the board?
You guys watch the game. You don't need my help with that.
Going along with it not being a 4-1 series, do you think it's more just a couple bounces here or there, or was it really something that the Penguins were doing that you didn't have an answer
Did you watch the series? Then you'll have the answer.
Is it Tortorella?
It has to be.
That's Torts season.
You
Jackson,
watch a game?
Martin, you're sticking around. Jackson's giving me a live read to do, but I don't get a pick six.
I want to put it out there.
All right, fair enough.
Take the heat.
Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. That's Jason Gosrow. And Schaefer Door Company online at schaeferdoor.com. I bet a lot of people have had their garage door springs snap here over the last few weeks while we have been in this extended cold period. Well, here's what you do. You go to schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. It's going to get a quick response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service too. If your garage door spring breaks over the weekend, they will get out there first thing on Monday morning. They also service commercial doors, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, CHI overhead door dealer. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After, and we are in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt is out. James Carlton has replaced him, Doug. How about that?
I see him sitting over there. Hello, James.
What's going on, gentlemen? How we doing?
We're wonderful, and guess what? You get to participate in Pick 6.
I've been known to pick a game or two. Let's go.
Do you mind if I bring up your big hit on Daily Fantasy from a couple weeks ago?
Sure you can.
This guy had a big score, Doug.
How big?
James, I don't know if you want to go into that.
Yeah, no, it was let's just say I had gone out to dinner or I was going out to dinner when I found out that it cashed, and we upgraded the bottle of wine. Let's put it that way.
Oh, that's not enough information.
It's like a Jackson answer.
Couple hundred?
Yeah, let's call it a couple hundred.
Wow.
Okay.
Damn,
So a lot more than
Jackson answer.
Well, I know the real number. But I also understand the reasoning, because you talk about what the godforsaken tax man, is that right?
Oh, no. STLTaxLawyer.com, Mark Milton. He'll be there to help you.
Buy some gift cards, spread them around. Dilute it a little bit. Just tell your boss there was no winnings.
It's a big thank you to Rashad Bateman. Let's put it that way.
Rashad Bateman got him over the hump a couple weeks ago. All right, Jackson, we're sitting here going, we got 2 games. How are we going to do a Pick 6? Jackson Burkett has the answer, Doug.
Yeah, so what I've devised is for us to pick both the spreads of the Commanders, Eagles, and Bills and Chiefs games, and also the total of both those games. That gets us to 4 bets.
All right.
And then the final 2 are props. You can pick any of the 2 props, and I've given you gentlemen a supplemental betting sheet, which has a bunch of different props out there, and you can choose any of those.
All right.
And I have 2 of those. Tim, we'll start with you. Commanders at Eagles. Eagles -6. What you got?
I really want to see the Commanders in the Super Bowl. I'd like that on the record. And I would imagine a lot of people, after they get a big primetime win on a Saturday night over the #1 seed, and then ESPN and all kinds of podcasts start talking about Jaden Daniels, even though Jackson and I experienced, and James Carlton for that matter, the horror of Jaden Daniels at Fro Field last October. So we were on this situation that the public now goes, yeah, I guess the Commanders are... It didn't happen, and we're going to have a blowout in this game. I would rather see the Commanders, but Rich Gould's going to be happy on Sunday, Martin, because the Eagles are going to do some blowing out of the Commanders.
Doug?
I'm going to go the other way. Ooh. I like the Commanders. I like the hot hand with Jaden Daniels. I'm going to go Commanders. I think they'll cover.
I think Hurts maybe a little nicked up.
He is.
Could be a factor.
Yeah. Well, Martin, put your money where your mouth is.
Well, I was workshopping it out loud. Jesus, calm down.
What is Jackson?
When you got on board or something?
This guy.
Post 10 o'clock, Martin.
I'll go Commanders to cover.
Commanders.
Maybe they lose, but it's tight.
James, who you like?
I can't go against Jaden Daniels right now. I'm with Doug. I'm going Commanders. Give me the 6 points.
God, I'm going to load up.
I don't know what you guys are.
Would you say that Philly is the worst home field advantage if things aren't going well? Like, that crowd can turn on you in a hurry, and I feel like that can have
names.
Yeah, can have an adverse impact on the Eagles there. So I think that if the Commanders can get up early, I think that can get out of hand the other way, quite frankly.
And then not only did Mizzou beat Ohio State, but if Jaden Daniels is in the Super Bowl, it kind of takes away that loss to LSU.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Yeah, it's called a draw.
Boy, you got a Power Mizzou account.
Yeah, you're strong. I don't know what you guys are seeing. These games are won in the trenches, and there's no better offensive line than the Eagles.
That's true.
So I'll be taking
Hogs, Doug?
I'll be taking Philly. I don't care if Jalen Hurts is hurt or healthy.
You don't care if they have their quarterback?
Don't matter.
Doesn't matter, Iggy.
I'm taking the Eagles. It has to be Kenny Pickett. It has to be Kenny Pickett. I don't care.
Okay. Do you have the audio of the mayor of Philadelphia doing the Eagles chant, and she spells Eagles wrong?
Oh no,
she couldn't spell it.
I don't.
You gotta find that.
That would be nice. I saw that.
It was right up there with Sammy Souser, the Boston mayor.
All right. For the purposes of fairness, I will pick next. Kind of like snake draft.
Oh, snake.
Yeah.
Snake in the grass. Snake in the grass.
So picking the total of this Commanders-Eagles game, which is set 47 and a hay. I am on the under 47 and a half. James, what do you like?
Over.
Over for James.
I'm gonna go.
Martin?
I'll go over.
I'm going to go under.
Slow down. So you guys got to slow down.
Talk faster.
You were hurrying me up.
I know, it's true. James, you like the over?
I do.
We're going backwards now. Or is this the reverse?
Snake draft. Snake in the grass. Snake in the grass.
Martin, did you like the under?
I took the over. Thank you. This is how this happens. Now on Monday, while Martin had the under.
No, I'm going to get that. That's why I'm doing. That's why I'm asking again, Doug.
Under.
God, I'm with you.
The final score of this game is 41-13, so that gets you over.
Tim likes the over.
41-13.
Wow. All right, moving to
Saquon Barkley is going to go off. So I'm going to give you fine. I'll do it. I don't like to do it because it's square, but I'm going to give you the prop bet play. When you start doing prop bet plays on stars, they usually inflate the numbers because they know squares play stars. But Washington's run defense is the warmest form of garbage. Saquon finna go off, Doug. 128.5. Over, ship it.
I've got 125 and a half.
Oh, is that one of Jackson's props? I didn't know it was in there.
I checked it. I was going to take
I went shopping, and I found the best lines possible.
That's smart. That's a smart shopper right there.
125 is the number. So, all right. So, Tim, you like the... All right. So, we're going Bills, Chiefs now, AFC.
What number you got? 1.5 still holding there?
Yeah, 1.5 for 1.5 in favor of the Chiefs. Tim, who do you like?
I really don't want to see the Chiefs and the Eagles play again, but I think it's going to be the Chiefs and Eagles. Now, in this one, I don't think it's going to be a blowout like I think it's going to be with the Eagles in Washington. So I do take the Chiefs, and it's just amazing what those guys can do in that building in the cold weather. And I also think something to keep an eye on is the health of the Buffalo defense. And I think that is going to be quite advantageous for Kansas City. I am on the Chiefs laying 1.5. Doug Vaughn.
I'm going to go with the Chiefs as well. I think the Zebras will throw a flag on Buffalo's apparent game-winning touchdown late in the fourth quarter. Call that back. I'll say Chiefs.
Okay. Do you want me to give my answer, or should I?
Nice, Martin. Fight back against this guy. He's a tyrant.
Chiefs. They'll find a way.
Okay.
I don't know if you listen to SVP Pod this week, but I'm
in the midst of it. He's still complaining about the Atlanta airport.
Oh my God, it was actually entertaining.
It was.
He's never flying commercial again, he says. But nonetheless, they're breaking down this Buffalo Chiefs game as they're one to do, and immediately goes, so who do you like, Stanford Steve? And without hesitation, he says, the Chiefs. I mean, you gave the stat. Was it earlier this week? They've won 20 straight post-November at home.
In November going forward, yes.
Yes, insane. So until proven otherwise, you got to go Chiefs, although rooting for Allen.
Mm-hmm. I'll be the sole Buffalo man. I'll take the Bills.
Sole Buffalo man.
And I will also be on the over of 48.5. James, what do you like in that total?
Under.
All right. That seems like the sharp play. Martin, what do you like?
Under.
I like over.
All right.
This is a shootout, the final score of this game. It's funny that both the winners are going to have 41 points, but that's what's going to happen. 41-38, the final in this one.
I would love it if that's true. I would love to see that game.
41-38.
But the Chiefs have been playing this kind of boring brand of ball. I don't know. That's their model right now.
I just think that, again, I keep going back to I think Buffalo's got a really beat-up defense, and I think Kansas City's going to go off.
By the way, Trent Green on the podcast, the Kilcoyne Conversation this week, and
it popped up in my podcast feed, so you know.
Oh, good. Thank you. A lot of logistical stuff.
Tim, would this be up there when you tell Anna Marie when it's Masters weekend that, carve this out, this is couch time for the McKernan household?
No, it actually isn't. But I think for a lot of people it is.
Okay.
And I mean, if anything, it's probably the inverse as far as percentages of Americans. I would say 90% want to just be able to sit there for 9 hours and watch NFC, AFC championship games.
Well, I'm talking specifically the Allen-Mahomes matchup. For me, that's just as good as it
I'm
gets.
loving it. I mean, either way, if Lamar Jackson won or Josh Allen won, I was going to be looking forward to it once the Chiefs won. If the Texans would have won, that would have been a little different program. No disrespect to C.J. Stroud, but my God, they can't protect the man. So, it's outstanding, and I'm looking forward to watching it, but the Masters is otherworldly.
Tim, I've got a CYC 8th grade basketball game at 5:45 on Sunday.
Oh, gosh. Oh, no. What do you do?
Well, I'm the associate head coach. I think I have an obligation to be there.
You got to lead the St. Clement squad.
I'm waiting for the head coach to bow out and say, I got a thing. Oh, okay.
Doug, we're going to prop Doug up. Doug, what's the prop you like?
Anytime TD score you've got here, I'll say Josh Allen will score a touchdown.
Okay, that has to be a rushing touchdown. That cannot be a passing touchdown.
I figured that.
Okay. Martin, I'm
going to take Josh Allen and the over on his passing yards.
Okay. James, what do you like?
The quietest, 18 touchdown year of the season is James Cook. Give me James Cook anytime touchdown score.
That's a nice play. That's why this guy is cashing big checks.
Drinking that fancy wine. Doug, he got a fancier bottle of wine. Did that not clear it up?
No. With his quote-unquote $200 win. This guy.
I really like Kareem Hunt over 33.5 rushing yards.
Wow.
I like that. And then I also like Scary Terry McLaurin to catch a touchdown. Give me Scary Terry anytime.
And I realize this is square because I already gave my Saquon Barkley over on 120, I guess 125.5 because Jackson's shopping lines, which I appreciate. This is as square as can be on the other game, but fine, it is what it is. Travis Kelce's going to have himself a monster game, and I know it's square. So there it is. Travis Kelce, anytime touchdown.
Okay. James?
Bills couldn't defend the tight end last week against Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews. Even though I know Andrews dropped, became famous, they had 134 yards and a touchdown, 9 receptions.
James, what's your final play? Your
you go from Tim to James?
Well, we'll just
so we're doing another prop.
I don't know.
What the hell are we doing?
This is like a clock. You're there, and it goes around, and then it comes back, and you just went from that. You just did a tic-tac-toe move.
That's how I eat corn on the cob. Is like I'll eat a section and then go to a different section.
Thank you, follow the corn on the cob.
You eat the corn on the cob like you mow a lawn. You just go right up and down the road.
That's where we're different, brother.
Like my divot pattern on the range.
I want to hear what James has to say.
So we're doing another prop, Jackson, just to be clear?
Yeah.
This is pick 9.
I will go with over 3.5 receptions for Dallas Goedert.
Okay.
Wow. This James Carlton's a sharp.
He likes to run people over that Goddard.
Martin?
Is it my turn?
Yeah, well.
I also like the Kelce over. I think he's going to have a big day.
Bazooka Tooth 75 does not like our play, Martin. He says, I hope Kelce has 1 catch for 8 yards and then retires after the game. Won't happen, but a man can dream. That's Bazooka Tooth 75.
But these are not our wishes or desires. These are our projections.
Yeah, that's right.
And Doug, you will be the final play.
I don't even know what we're picking anymore.
Props.
I'll say Saquon Barkley over 125.5 yards rushing.
Yes.
All right, there it is. Feel good
there's
about
greatest show and turf highlights going up on Kay Adams' show right now. LondonFletcher.com, always online. That's the NFC Championship game,
But
actually.
he's wearing a Washington hoodie instead of a Rams.
He's part of the Washington broadcast team.
I don't like it.
Well, the Rams let him go and replace him with Jamie Duncan. Yeah. Sure.
Little dance he would do.
The Colonel's going to join us coming up. Missouri's playing Ole Miss. Colonel probably wants to talk about other things, though, too. James Carlton's in studio, so I can get to talk about him while he's in studio. This is third person, but I'm not third personing you. But I will say you're up to 409 5-star reviews on Google, James. They just keep getting posted. I mean, what in the world?
Well, yeah, and you take that with a grain of salt, right? Anybody can click a button and give some 5 stars, but I think the content, if anybody takes the time to read some of those,
I agree with you.
I really appreciate the people who are taking time out of their busy days.
And they rave about
to
it.
leave in that feedback. That's a testament to the team.
You're right. There's a leader right there, Doug. He deflects the praise. Yeah. He accepts the blame. That's a leader. That's James Carlton. CarltonInsurance.net. He's been my insurance agent now for 6 years. Online at CarltonInsurance.net. I had a listener yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? Either way, he said they called right away and talked to James within like 10 minutes, and he gave like his TMA nom de plume. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, yeah, that guy was instant offense.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You can join in. You'll talk to James, but he's got a hell of a team, too, to make sure that when you call in business hours, you're going to talk to somebody right here in the St. Louis area. And if you have seen your insurance go up year over year, and many people have, you have nothing to lose by calling 314-961-4800 and seeing if the best team in town can save you money. My guess is they can. 314-961-4800 or go online at CarltonInsurance.net. The Colonel joins us next. PowerMizzou.com's Gabe DeArmond. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. guys sound like in Columbia, Missouri when they hear teenies. Good luck to Marshall Henderson.
Is he still in the club?
Grad assistant. Doug, I don't know what's going on in the TMA STL YouTube chat, but I looked up there and I said to you boys, Don Peepee, who runs things and now has his own avatar in the YouTube chat, which is really impressive, says Kylie is a trophy wife. And initially we're like, wow, Brandon Kylie. Well, BK, look at him. But maybe this is taking a shot at Jason?
I'd have to think.
Is that what that is?
Or Timothy Chalamet, who's, of course, dating Kylie Jenner.
And he has the sheer stockings.
Yeah, so any of those.
Don PP, we need you to elaborate on that, if you could. So we've got that going on. And then this from MD 2020, and I guess, Doug, you can answer this. I agree that Doug is at the peak, though. If you thought Billy Wagner had a big bulge in his khakis, you should see Doug.
Oh, for heaven's
MD
sakes.
2020. So if you want to get in the YouTube chat and talk it over, you can. It's
I'm going to
youtube.com.
pass at this time, only because I'm so pressed for time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Colonel is with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He's brought to you by James Carlton, who's still in the studio, and he's still in the corner of the studio.
I saw him sitting there. Who's that dish?
Morning, Colonel.
Hey guys, just FYI, we've got a terrible connection, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, maybe we should circle back, Jackson. Is that going to be all right to do?
Yeah.
Jackson's going to start. He's just disconnected.
He's
Colonel
gonna
right
start
here,
circling.
right here,
Okay.
right here, right now. Yeah, Colonel's got a big one tomorrow with Doug. You remember that Marshall Henderson?
I do. Yeah.
Do you really?
Ole Miss basketball player.
That's right.
Uh huh.
Bandy little rooster.
Right,
It's like Sid from Toy Story. People will get that.
He hasn't been there in a decade, but either way, yes, the Missouri and Ole Miss tomorrow, 5 p.m. Colonel is back with us on what we hope and think will be a better connection. Yes, Colonel, we good?
I can now hear you.
Yes.
I don't know if that's an improvement or not, but we're
much better. Yeah, perfect now.
What do you attribute the debacle at Texas to, Colonel?
They just didn't make any shots. Like
sum it up.
Games like that happen to everybody in college basketball. Tennessee went down and lost by 30 at Florida. Florida almost had a similar disaster at South Carolina. Also, Texas is not a bad basketball team. Like, they may make the NCAA tournament, and that was a game that they had to win. So it was a debacle in the sense that it was a really bad offensive performance, but Missouri played probably a C game and had a chance to beat a tournament team in the last 2 minutes.
And now this game against Ole Miss Saturday looks like a big one for Mizzou. Hard to believe there's already more season behind them than ahead of them, but games are starting to count.
Yeah, they're all huge. I mean, that's the thing about this league is every single game pretty much outside of South Carolina at home, I think you can, and maybe on the road at Arkansas, but that's a road game. And I think you can make the argument every other game, Missouri's playing against somebody that has a pretty decent shot to be in the NCAA tournament. So I think you can't really count wins in this league, right? Missouri needs 4 more somewhere. Wherever they come doesn't really matter. And I actually kind of saw this coming before the Texas game. I did a little thing, and I know they're 4-1, but I think we ignored the fact that they played 3 of their 5 easiest games right out of the gate. And I said, you've got a stretch where you're at Texas, and then you've got 4 straight top 20 teams. I mean, if you can get 2 of those, you're in really good shape. And honestly, even if you go 1-4 in that stretch, you're going to be 500 in the league with 8 games to go, and that's not a bad place to be.
Hey, Gabe. Good morning. It's James. I know you had, is it Brad Lorando on your podcast recently this week and on Power Mizzou, and you can check that out on YouTube, I believe, on Power Mizzou as well. But what kind of insights did you get from him? Because I think you had said that it's one of the more insightful interviews you've done in your career.
Well, I was just trying to – I mean, we get questions about NIL and how all of it works literally every day. I think there is a general lack of understanding from fans, and I don't blame them. Like, there's a lot of information that isn't out there, but I think there's a general lack of understanding about the process. And so that's really what I wanted to do, is just bring Brad on and have him kind of explain to people how this works, how his interaction is with the Missouri coaches, and and all that. And I thought the most interesting part was he said that there's definitely a movement now in college athletics to make these contracts, to put some protection in from the school. So when kids come and they sign these big NIL deals and they hit the portal 6 months later, that there's some way for the school to get some of that money back. And he talked about how even multi-year contracts are now maybe starting to be a thing in places. I know a lot of Missouri fans are real concerned that Bo Pribula, the quarterback recruit, could be a threat to at some point return to Penn State because he grew up a Penn State fan, all that. And obviously Brad didn't mention any specific names, but I've got to think Missouri's put some protection in their deal with Bo Pribula to prevent that from happening.
Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Colonel, now that we look back on the 2025 college football playoff, the 12-team playoff, what stands out to you as something that really worked? Anything that stand out to you that you think they will change, whether it be for the upcoming one or when things change after this current television contract for 2026's season?
I mean, I think what worked is so many fan bases had a hope and were playing meaningful games in November. In most years, Missouri, South Carolina doesn't matter. Beyond, hey, do we get to go to the Citrus Bowl or the Music City Bowl or whatever? But this year, that game mattered. And there were games like that all over the country. And the flip side, people will say, well, Ohio State, Michigan, or Ohio State, Oregon didn't matter because they still got in. Well, it still mattered. Mattered for seeding, and maybe, it didn't, like the conference championship games, Georgia, Texas, maybe that didn't matter like it used to, but you still have to win X number of games, and you're not out of anything after you lose once or twice. So I think overall it did exactly what it was intended to do. And none of this was ever a guarantee that they were going to be close games. I mean, look at the first round of the NFL playoffs. Those were all awful games.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one decent game in the first 2 weeks, really, until Buffalo-Baltimore. So sometimes that happens in the postseason. I do think that it makes sense to change the seeding, like where Arizona State and Boise, they get in. I guarantee them a spot. I'm good with that. But when you guarantee them the 3 and 4 spot, the unintended consequence there is that Oregon and Georgia really got screwed. They were playing much better teams in their first game than they should have been playing by earning the first and the second seed. So I think you want to change that. Now, if I'm any conference outside the Big Ten or the SEC, I don't change it yet. I say, no, this is the deal you signed. We're going to do this until it's over, which is, I understand, is only next year, but I wouldn't change anything next year. I think what it looks like going forward, it very much is a PP measuring contest between the Big Ten and the SEC saying, this is what we demand, and if we don't get it, we'll take our ball and go home, versus the other conferences, whether they're willing to call that and see if it's a bluff or not.
Would you guys agree, though, that unlike any other year, the unanimous best team in the country is Ohio State? Like, we couldn't say that about Michigan last year because Georgia was.
I would agree with you on that Georgia point, and I agree with you on the point on Ohio State this year.
So there's things to fix.
And anybody that wants to say Ohio State didn't deserve that, I mean, look at the team. I think they beat 6 of the top 12 teams in the country, guys, and they are one of them. So really, 6 of the top 11.
And Missouri beat them last year, so take that, Buckeye.
Yeah.
Colonel, how are your feelings for this Sunday's festivities at Arrowhead? Your Chiefs are laying 1.5.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I wrote earlier this week, I have a nephew who is in kindergarten, and he has never been alive for a year in which the Chiefs did not play in this game. So I understand how spoiled Chiefs fans are. And I don't know, Josh Allen scares the hell out of me, but I would not, if I were the type to wager money on sporting events, which I am not, I would never take 1 penny of that money and wager it against Patrick Mahomes in a game.
It's just amazing the consistency with which he plays, not only in key games, but also at that stadium in the latter portions of the season / postseason. It's something else. My expectation is we see a Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl again. What are you thinking, Colonel?
I'm rooting for Chiefs Commanders.
Yeah.
Because I like Jaden Daniels. Fun to watch. It's a really terrible thing to say. The disappointment in last year's Super Bowl was it was a team they'd already played. Like I kind of just want to see somebody new. Yeah. I actually think Washington's going to beat them. I don't know. If you can even keep Saquon Barkley like under 160 yards, I don't know that the Eagles have a lot of other ways to beat you.
Doug, the Colonel's on the Commanders as well. He's with you. The Colonel's with you.
Does AFC Championship number 7 feel much different than 3, 4, 5?
Boy, the St. Louis people are not going to like me. No, they're all kind of. I mean, like I have friends that get all stressed out during the regular season. I'm like, guys, this is just like practice number 9. The games that count start in January. We'll get there.
Well, what do Chiefs fans feel when they read and hear all the talk about the referees always giving the Chiefs a break?
I love it. I mean, look, 8 years ago, we were all saying the same thing about Tom Brady and the Patriots. And you know who nobody hates? Teams that don't win. Like, nobody hates the Carolina Panthers or the Tennessee Titans, right? So it's just, I get it. By 2018, I was so tired of seeing Tom Brady and Peyton Manning that I just wanted anybody else to win. And so this is what happens.
That is true. This is a natural cycle.
And breaking news, sometimes really good players, sometimes they get a call or two here and there.
What, just out of curiosity, because I don't remember, and you probably do, when the Chiefs did draft Mahomes and how pivotal that was, and it truly was pivotal on this side of the state, too, because I'm certain that without Mahomes involved, the Chiefs' influx in fandom in St. Louis doesn't happen. And then also, of course, the Rams moving the year before. But were they all in on Mahomes, or was there a debate between him and a couple of other guys you remember? Because, I mean, that's such a significant moment in the history of your hometown, much less that organization.
You know, they were 100% in on him. There have been a lot of stories written that Brett Veach, who is now the GM, who wasn't at the time, just kept making Andy Reid watch his film and say, this is the best player I've ever seen.
Yeah.
The fan outside of the building, I personally was furious that they did not draft Deshaun Watson.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, Deshaun Watson had won national titles at Clemson, and Patrick Mahomes was like 6-6 at Texas Tech. And I don't think I'd ever really watched Mahomes play. I didn't know anything about him, So I thought, well, there you go. Just screwed that one up again and left the right quarterback on the board. And good call on my part. Deshaun's doing excellent things.
Yeah, they're really happy with that deal in Cleveland. They are thrilled about it. Well, that's very unsports media-like of you, Colonel, to acknowledge that you were wrong, much less wrong on perhaps the biggest move in the history of either one of the teams that you follow from your hometown. How about that? Colonel.
It's really, I was on track to be an NFL GM until that take.
That was the take that knocked it off. You and Francesa.
Yeah.
You can read the Colonel at powermizzou.com, and Missouri taking on Hotty Toddy tomorrow in Columbia. The Colonel with us, brought to you by James Carlton on Mondays and Fridays here on TMA. Thank you, Gabe. Have a great weekend.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
There he is. That's the Colonel with us here, brought to you by James Carlton, who's sitting right there, and he's probably going to go win.
I saw him over there. Yeah.
God only knows how much money you're going to win this week. Just every football game is another opportunity for you to profit.
That is not true. But I am very much looking forward to it. I mean, football, I know you hate the winter and the cold months, and I do too, but football gets me through it. After football,
that's the thing.
I got that whole month and a half until maybe April, the Masters, March Madness, that kind of thing. But
that's the thing. Stare into the abyss. But good news, this program's going back to spring training.
How about that?
That is right.
The picnic table.
The picnic table. I guess it's now a different kind of table, but we'll be right there like we have been. Yeah, I know.
Do you guys need T-shirts to put on the bush?
Oh. Oh, Bill.
Yeah, I'll sponsor the
James
T-shirt on the
Carlton.
bush.
There we
Oh,
go.
would you
James
really?
Carlton's on. That's not a bad idea. Remember, Iggy just put the designer T-shirt on the bush. Cardinals loved it.
Why don't you
Designer
sponsor
loved it
some,
more, probably.
sponsor some hotels? That'd be nice, too.
Yeah, acquire some property. James, thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Have a good
great
one.
weekend. That's James Carlton with us. Design Air is the sponsor that was on the T-shirt that was on the bush at spring training. Man, I guess that was probably the last time we were there, 2020. You haven't been there yet, Jackson.
No, not
but
with
you
you
have
guys.
been to Jupetown.
Yeah, been to Jupetown, been to Roger Dean, but never with you guys.
Okay, fair enough.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp, who I was texting with earlier this morning. And if you are dealing with any heating and cooling issues, of course, heating at this time of the year, it's designairservice.com. Seth's the longest running sponsor on TMA. Goes back a decade. And Doug's a client, Martin Kilcoyne's a client. I'm a client as well. And if you run into any issues with your heating service, and when that happens, listen, as you're listening to it right now, you're thinking, yeah, I'm good. Well, it happens. And then all of a sudden, you got cold air coming out, and you're going, oh, my God, it's 15 degrees outside. What do we do? Here's what you do. Doug, I'm going to make it as easy as pie.
Okay.
Designairservice.com. That'll wrap her up. And then immediately you're talking with somebody, and they are coming out there and fixing it. They pride themselves on not only coming out there super quickly, but also no upselling, no BS. You can count on them. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp and his team, DesignairService.com. Sponsor our email of the day, which is coming your way. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN and the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues fall to VGK last night. They're off today, but back in action tomorrow night as they will be taking on the Dallas Stars right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, final segment of the week. You going to come in and just get working, reps, anything?
Oh, I would think so. I normally don't.
What are you going to do, like Saturday afternoon?
Work on my game, Come in and just talk to the wind for 3-4 hours. Exciting time, That's all. There'll be no one listening. I mean, it's just me and the wind.
Hey, well, you can come in on Sunday, but I would come into Hot Shots on Fenton for the Champ Bash. Join the Fast Lane and the Riz Show from Sunday, this Sunday at Hot Shots for the Champ Bash. Gets underway. Anthony Stalter and Scott Rizzuto started up at 11 a.m. with a pregame show. And get there early to grab your seat and enjoy the Hot Shots pregame tailgate specials from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. before kickoff. Plenty of screens to watch both games and a bunch of giveaways throughout the day, including Blues tickets, Point Fest tickets, big lineup on Point Fest, and more. Plus, the Rizzuto Show will perform their choreographed dance pick'em punishment at halftime of Game 1. I was with Riz and Stalter yesterday morning and afternoon, and Riz really not pleased with the punishment. I can tell you, he's really not pleased with the selections, the songs by the Fast Lane. So, Doug, this could lead to, all-out brawl. An all-out brawl.
No fooling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't miss this year's Champ Bash with the Fast Lane and the Riz Show at Hot Shots Fenton this Sunday. All the details can be found at 101ESPN.com. I might go out there. You think I can bring my 7-year-old? I know somebody, it's a cocktail lounge, but I remember we did a TMA Live there. I remember a kid came up and he built Legos of us. I think my son still has that in his bedroom, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Remember that? Do you remember that?
I do remember that,
Yeah.
Hold on, I got audio from...
You have this?
Yeah.
Holy crap. How about this Jackson Burkett?
How about him?
No, he's doing an impression of Mike Claiborne.
Yeah, I think you can.
Thank you. There he is. There's Jackson with Liquor Patrol.
2-pound carrot cake.
What are they going to do?
That's right.
He's just enjoying the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just here to watch the game with my pop.
And not to mention, helps to be a star.
As you point to Tim.
Helps to be a star. Is that getting louder? I actually think I might have an ear infection, but that's...
No, it is. Doug's getting his smash factor on his strike is up at like 1.49 now. And of course, the max is 1.50. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Well, you're right, Doug. It is an unbelievable email of the day because the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is on the verge of history. No lady has ever won the Emailer of the Month, brought to you by Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. But the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom can move to within 2 wins of clinching by winning today's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And there's a little buzz in the building. Have you noticed that?
Very much so. Very much so. We're breaking glass ceilings if you want.
It's fun. It's fun to see. Morning, boys. What a day when the most lucid thing coming out of Jefferson County is this email.
Wow.
Jackson's dad stepped off the barge and into the local watering hole that hit the American honey. And it took you sleuths a tad too long to realize he wasn't sober enough to even contemplate playing the character of Piddle's sire. Then the collective listening audience became the Pestis from Festus personal tech support helpline for the sole purpose of himself promoting himself for Listener of the Month. Really looking forward to his follow-up phone call sometime in the nondescript time frame of between today and after the Super Bowl. God bless. Couldn't be prouder of my fellow Jeff Countyans. And someone, please give Martin a lozenge. I'm worried about him. Whooping cough is still a death sentence south of the Merrimack.
Oh, damn.
Doug says there'll be no touching on his date tonight, but I, for one, hope he comes home with some stank on his hangover.
Okay, that's enough.
It's from the D-Gen from Jefferson County.
Oh,
D-Gen.
He's won this month.
From Jefferson County.
He or she.
That's right, we don't know.
It's a guy.
Happy Friday, lads. Jackie Blue representing the Lou. looking like a broken Trojan. All that darkness, then the palest white head popping out of that turtleneck. Pistol pale, looking like the kid that got picked last every gym class for basketball.
Not with his jumper.
Just an absolute disgrace for the Horton Watkins alum. If a prize were awarded for caller of the day today, would be Jackson's dad. This barge-working, breakfast bourbon-sipping, tattoo-sporting, Ric Flair, woo! Chiefs-loving maniac had nothing better to do after getting off the river, so he called in and confused the hell out of everyone, thinking this was Libby Jack's long-lost father. Salute to you, sir, and the other fine barge workers of Missouri. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Let's see. Honey, what do you think about the Warson Woods area for a starter home for Kinsey when she graduates from university this spring? My husband whimpered with his dunce cap and choke collar. Oh, that's nonsense. I mean, it seems a little cheap to be this close to Ladue, but I guess with Route 100 bordering the neighborhood, they forgot to build the upstairs on all the houses. And the neighborhood is anchored by a 1960s steakhouse with a ball pit and buy one, get one compression socks. It kind of makes sense for the price. I just really don't want our last name to be mentioned in that part of town. The more I think of it, Warson Woods would be a great area for our problem child who couldn't get into SMU's Cox School of Business and instead had to settle for this poor public school in Southwest Ohio called Miami or something. Hell, she's only half mine anyways, and she gives me the 30% discount at Aurora Med Spa and picks up my companion iced teas on the reg. Any hoodles, what are you blokes doing this weekend? Care to join me at 801 Local tonight for my charcuterie caravan? I pop up a fold-up table, drape a white tablecloth over it, and hawk our new Cutco charcuterie knives, monogrammed charcuterie boards, and my husband's used needlepoint cummerbunds.
That's a long sentence.
801 Local on me tonight with my husband's Platinum Amex. FYI, Festus and Festus for Listener of the Month. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and now she has a St. Louis Country Club logo under it.
Self-made, stay-at-home Ladue mom.
And let's see what we got here. Guys, the TMA subreddit has recently been complaining that your show just isn't what it used to be. Isn't that what they've been saying for 20 years? I couldn't disagree more. TMA used to suck, and now it still sucks. Not much of a change, if you ask me. Sure, the locations have varied over the years. Sometimes TMA's bad on AM, sometimes it's bad on HD2, and now it's bad on FM. When Pocket Tube hits big in a few years, TMA will probably be bad on there, too. Take this morning, for instance. A drunk dude pretending to be Jackson's father called to publicly profess his desire to cuddle with Andy Reid. If these are the types of callers who make it on the air, imagine what kind of garbage doesn't get through. Side note, what's going on in Festus? Is the whole town filled with people who can only find happiness by pestering sports talk shows? My favorite part of that call was when the fake Mr. Burkett said, I've been listening to you guys since 5:30.
He did say that. He absolutely did say that.
Your show isn't even on the air at that time. So who in the hell did he think he was talking to?
I think he said he was listening to Tim for 30 years.
Maybe an old podcast.
That call was followed by your pale producer with an invisible wispy blonde mustache asking his coworker, do you ever wear sheer stockings? So you can see why I contend this show hasn't changed much. I will admit that a married host dating his sponsor is kind of hot. Yeah. I call dibs on sloppy seconds. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, are we done talking about how Libby Jack, Virgin Man Bun Soy Boy, reacted to the Oscar nominations by declaring that he was happy that a film he had not seen was not going to win Best Picture? Mind you, this was after learning said film was nominated for 10 Oscars, including Best Picture. I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I will tell you why.
I'm going to dunk on him so hard after this.
Let's stick to good or bad and try actually seeing a picture before you trash it. Ours is the type of presentation where a geriatric blind man from Festus feels free to call in at any time and ask how his wife can register him to win some free tequila. Oh, good. She submitted all his information to some Facebook scam. This is why the olds shouldn't have the internet. If Mrs. Festus pokes around TMASTL.com, she'll find a page where she can nominate yourself to be part of the 2023 TMA Listener of the Month Club. Doug, it is a little dated, isn't it?
A little bit.
Now, if you scroll down, you'll see on the form it's required to provide your real name and your gender, which in the case of the stay-at-home Ledoux mom, I'm not sure how Libby Jack is going to verify the application before the papal conclave. We do know in November 2023 and March of 2024, Libby Jack either failed to sniff out that Chairman Kurt was Blueberry Pop Pop or was complicit in twice awarding the Listener of the Month to a part-time producer of the show. More recently, Libby Jack disqualified July 2024 Email of the Month three-way trade deal from being Listener of the Month because his real name was similar to someone who trolled Iggy, which ultimately led to the award going to TMA Kiss Ass. Number one, if Libby Jack has a boy, he should name him LJ, and if he has a girl, he should name her Libby Jr. That's from Buck Swope,
Buck
Doug.
Swope,
And that's
a long email. I'm going to go for the JV golf coach.
Jeffco DGen.
I like JV golf coach as well.
JV golf coach has a win, and the time will have to wait for the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom to pick up another W.
All right, well, you can pick up a W if you go to Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. You know, there's a lot of dealerships out there that would love to have your business. None better than Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Fantastic local ownership, great management that's so friendly they want you to have a special number so you can reach them if you ever have an issue. Here's the number, 314-252-0029. Goes straight to the Muckety Mucks, Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganess, or Ryan Seiberg there in the service department. Whether you bought your car there or not, they do great service. Oh, and they've got great snick snacks there, too, while you wait. New or used car, great selection. Go online, check it out. Whenever you need your car serviced, think Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. The websites are stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.